Okay, there we go. Sorry, guys. I just had to, like, cycle the video myself. Make sure Mortal didn't fucking crash my computer.
Approaching Stargate.
So, what now? I'm the right sub. Best times.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Why do I hear? Oh, yeah. My murder count decreased. Okay. Okay. Did I murder somebody? Ooh, that guy's like full actively casting, and I'm just gonna stay away from him. Yeah, nice. So buy me some axes, I get, or I'll do the axe run since I'm in town. Or do I have a horse? Yes, I do.
Approaching Stargate.
Nice. Now the other one though. Oh God, did you crash me? Oh, I don't know. Will you crash me? I don't know. I saved the video. If I crash, guys, I'll be back. If it crashes my computer, I'll be back. The software developers have ruined the world, and I'm just subject to their whims. And if they destroy me and restart my computer, I'll be back, guys. I'm terribly sorry.
Autopilot
They just
jumping.
run the world and they dictate how everything goes, and I don't have any power. And if it shuts me down, it shuts me down. I can't do anything about that. I'm sorry.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Did I finish the tribe rat thing? No, I need 7 tribe rats. I'm set for battle. I am, but I'm gonna run axes home. I don't know why I'm in town, really.
Approaching Stargate.
Can't tell if I'm paying for a 6-month or what. Because I don't remember paying for this mortal account at all.
Autopilot jumping.
I'm still gonna pause in this safe area here for a minute while I let the horse gets down. I like sleepy sandboxes. I do favor them because you can just keep grinding in the background and get mega strong. And it does add up. It's slow. I'm gonna dump these axes and go and try and get the last 7 rats for my stupid ass daily. I shouldn't have been trying to do the rats on the daily day. I should have tried to do it the next day or really like the day after. I'm seeing that it's more like a weekly. I dislike how long the door takes, but it is an extremely strong mechanic though. The door is a strong mechanic. It just puts a wall between you and whatever. It just stops. It stops whatever the PvP is. I do like the door, but it is finicky. It's a real door in the real sense of it, in that you know you can't. You would have to siege it. So yeah, that seems good. Are we low on dial here? I didn't really. Yeah, okay, good. So lots and lots of X's. I will stuff X's in a box. Of a cozy game like Minecraft. I like this game more than Minecraft. I think it's better. I think it's got more good combat in it.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay, we got 3 axes. I will go try and finish Rats just because it was like, you know, a way to progress the character. I'm learning that focusing on more than one character is kind of hard. I shouldn't see anybody at Rats probably at all. It's been days since that quest. Unless Rats is like the daily today. I'm gonna go and try and get this done finally because I have been working on this for days and I do want the actual like they give you like 50 gold for this, I think, or something dumb. The Clade especially. Yeah, the Clade is real good because it's like getting to 20 and starting the merit points in this game is so fucking slow. I'm sure you get faster at it if you main the game and you do it for long enough. You start to speed up and you have resources and you can back yourself and constantly have horses and go get horses, basically. But yeah.
Approaching Stargate.
I should stop now completely because I haven't used like all of my stam. I don't like stamina bars. They've overdone them now in the last like 5 years or something like that. Stamina bar systems are cool, and they do feel like a element of realism that helps balance the game in a way where you can't like be this super god all the time.
Autopilot jumping.
But I also dislike watching stam bars fill all the time. It's sort of annoying. It's repetitive and dumb, and it's an overused mechanic now. I prefer the Fortnite stam a little bit more. Because it feels like you get something when you press the turbo run key. Your character goes, oh, I gotta run, and like really books into it and leans forward. It goes sprinting off in one direction, right? And I like that. I like that accessibility. Okay, we're gonna go to the top and work our way all the way in, and with all 7 of the Rats, I should be done with this thing finally. Go turn in, hopefully, but we're gonna look for signs of humans. Nope, no signs for humans. I bet this is the right time to do this. I should have just waited until today to do this. I'm learning the timing of the game is even so slow as to play out over weeks. The game really is kind of a medieval sim, and that all of this takes time. Fucking time. Eventually I might do a guild keep, but that'll take years. Fucking years. I will do a guild keep on one of these other characters, but did you see me? Yes, you did. Full charged is like most of their bar. And I didn't really realize. I guess like full charging is like much better, I guess. I want it close, but I don't want them finding it is the problem. I want it out of Apex, like way over here. I think this was a really good place to park it, like way over here. At least it's out of Apex over here where they're less likely to realize where it is. Yeah, look, that like does their entire bar. A full charge with a spear is actually really strong. I didn't realize. Come here. Making me nervous. Stupid horse, liability horse. Alright, horse, I go to do some work. Oh yeah, all that stuff. I'll deal with that in a minute. Well, I might as well just... Oh, no, wait. Ah, no. Because I want to cook all this stuff first. Well, I guess I could cook this at home. I don't know. No, I'll take the meat with me. Oops, no, I'll take the meat with me. But all the other stuff I'll leave on the horse. And I'll cook the meat.
Approaching Stargate.
Is the horse with me? Yes, he is. I don't really mind. I actually would rather be able to just get up and leave, honestly. I think there's value in like leaving in places, but there's also like value in getting on the horse and leaving.
Autopilot jumping.
As well. And I think they're both there's like both strategically like, you know, tactically valuable premises. Like, I can up and leave right now. Just get on the horse and leave right now. As opposed to being like, horse, come, you know? I think that's, like, there's things to be said for both. Like, right now, I don't want him in my way at all, I'll tell you that. I don't want him in my way. That's dangerous when he, like, gets in the way. That'll get you killed. Okay. Stab isn't for that much. This is my escape from Tarkov.
Approaching Stargate.
Because it plays at like an FFXI pace, and it's about thinking more than it is about like being successful. No, get up, get up, get up. Run. Nope, just get the spear out. Start charging. Full charge, bitch. Full charge. Full charge. Full charge. Bandage. How many is that? Two more. Come here. I'm gonna do carrots and tribe rat meat. I could boil their heads too, I suppose, but I don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe I should keep more dial than I keep. Dial's a useful thing. And water. Maybe I should keep water too. Water would be better. And a cooking pot. Definitely need a cooking pot. This thing has food poisoning, but she hasn't eaten in a while. So I'm just gonna, like, eat and get it out of the way. I don't really want food poisoning, honestly. Alright, horse, I want you where I can call you if I need you, but you're not in my fucking way. Yep. Like that. Wait, what's that? Oh, I accidentally fat fingered my life steal. That's alright, we have 15 seconds on it. Ah, what was that? You just stopped swinging. 4, 3. I want another lifesteal hit. Yeah, look, that was good. See, it was worth it. Yep. Cool. We're done here. Task completed. Now, if I die, I get a lot of credit anyways. But I want to get out of here. Ooh, if I put the campfire down, will it work? Yeah, let's just leave. I don't want to cook here. Or I did cook here, but I don't want to carry this. Nice, I got my weekly done. I should go do it on my other character, too. Oh, yeah, she's not in, huh? Oh, God, Concord Advisory. Pirate insertion. Just go, just go. Now, you didn't... Oh, yeah, you did log in. Now, go. She should be chopping trees.
Walking to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Ooh, spelt bread with keratin. Yeah, we'll cook in the house because stopping here is dumb. Wait, they can run in the caves now. Wait, I didn't think you could do this. Really? Wait, can you just, like, ride into the caves now? It used to, like, slow idiot run. Like, it used to just slow you. It used to just slow. I don't know. Did I get all the loot in this place? I don't know. I should leave, though. I've been here too long. The likelihood of someone coming is now becoming, like, a lot more. Just because I've been here so long. Just leave. Don't fall. Yay, this is good progress. Good clade and stuff that I don't normally get in this game, which is good.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay, horse, I need you to... Oh, I put your stuff away, which I didn't really mean to do.
Walking to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, I am looking to get my saddle and my horse armor. Oh no, I guess I don't have any, huh? But that's okay, yeah, that's all I need though. The saddle. P. Step horse. BBP. No. I want to do that. Yeah. Yes. Yes. And then leave that stuff here. Put the horse like right here. Yeah, you come here. And then stay like right there. That, yeah, you're not blocking the door, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Yep, and you just stay there. Hey, we made it.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
I wonder if I should always have 2 horses. Because it levels them. I wonder if I should like always be switching out to like lower level horses. I'm understanding that maybe higher level horses might have value.
Approaching station.
I suppose killing the boss is not really the worst idea if he's just standing there. Yeah, he is standing there. This might be trouble, but I've got my cooldowns, so whatever. What? Fuck was that? Just
Docking
hit
permission
him.
requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Ah, what?
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Yeah, at this point I have so much loot that it's actually probably smarter to dump it first. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm here at town with a full stam horse. I'm fine. The guard's right here. There's so much stuff in this game I haven't even done yet. Like fishing. Which will be fun. Because I have a river right over there. Like, right there. You know? I can just walk over there, stand by the guard, and fish all day. They can't do shit to me. I can come pick myself up and drop myself off, and like kind of how you would in real life. Like, hey, Granddad wants to go on down fishing to the fishing hole, and will you drive him down there and leave him there, and then come back, you know, and like at like 4:30 in the afternoon and pick him up? Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, no, I got that. Done that in real life quite a lot. Yeah, cool. Or well, no. Gold should always go in the box. Gold in the box, silver in the box, large keg, I think I can just sell that. The meat, I think I can just throw that in the pot and take free cooking skill, I think, but I don't really know. Yeah, and I need to buy a cooking pot, because I am doing some cooking. What do we do? We do this and that. Yeah, no, I want this and that. Can I add? No, I can't add. What about, okay, nympherb or whatever? No, okay. Oh, it's a cook. Nice, gross, throw it away. Now, oh, I need to sell to the vendor, which is... What the fuck was that? What the fuck's going on? I'm like trapped. What? Ooh. I really hate that sound. Okay, all the rest of it can be used. Yeah, and well, I don't know. Maybe they buy bone tissue. I don't know. Let's go see. Do they buy bone tissue? Because if they do, I'll just unload. Bone tissue. Yes, they do. Sort by cost. Lowest first, highest first. Carved bone, bone tissue for 2 copper. We'll take it. Oops. 2 gold. Wow, that makes zombies worth a lot more than I thought. You know? What about rat stuff? Do you buy any rat stuff, like rat meat or anything? No, okay. Just double checking. So I should put my jewelry back on when I get home. Where are you, horse? Get me out of here. $5,000 silver coin. That's 50 gold. 5 silver aegis. Not bad. You gain standard with Tingemic. Let's see what the daily is. Daily is Rysar Commander. No good. I'll just wait. Yeah, no good. The Undercroft. Ooh, the Undercroft. Look, I can go higher now though. Bandit leaders and such. Maybe I should take a bandit and just go kill bandits every once in a while. And just get slow clade experience, and that's how I'll learn the game. I'll learn where to do the... you're so annoying. This one bench is so annoying. Constantly wedges me. Okay, so... Yeah, turn around. Oh, does she have a book? Probably not. Oh, no, she does. For Brownwood lore, whatever that is. Oh, I suppose I should take other stuff too. You know, I suppose I'm not really ready to leave. Yeah, this 50 gold, I should definitely put that away and I should not leave town with it. Or I could just pay upkeep. We could pay upkeep and fab with this. Why not? We'll figure out what 50 gold does for upkeep. Why not?
See what I have for you.
In terms of time.
Thank you.
52 gold, right? Yeah, I'll just
Please,
turn it in.
come again.
The Silver Aegis. Oh, can you buy stuff with the Silver Aegis? I forgot. Yeah, you can buy, like, cloaks and stuff, huh? Yeah, go back. I want to take all of these. So, Rock Crystal, Cold Chunk, Timus, and Carotin. Of all of these, I believe the Carotin would be the best. Do I see Carotin over here? No, I don't. We have the Hunting Taskmaster for... You know, bush pigs are probably fine. Of all of these, I know that I can kill some bush pigs. Yep. And then, Taskmaster Soldier for bandits. 9 bandit bowmen? I don't know. So... yeah, we're going out the other way. Oops. Like tilting with it. Always stop by the guard and rest your horse. There we go. Okay, 50 gold. We'll just slap that into the upkeep and see what it does. I want to put like 2 years into both these houses so I don't have to worry. Then I just have like endless house and I can just like play the game or whatever. Fun as hell. I think people are underestimating how powerful boats and houses are. Boats and houses are a really big fucking deal. That's what survival brought us, and I think that's what made survival great. Boats, houses, and flight. You know, flight's another one. This game kind of needs flight. It needs like flying dragons or something that are hard to get that you have to like go. Oh look, it's my character. You should harvest some wolf brush for their horse. It's like I have like holdings here and there's like some... Oh no, what the fuck was that? How did this happen? Well, he couldn't loot anything. I can't do anything, and I don't know why. Can he see me? I don't think he can see me. He killed my horse. Why? Lights out. How did he loot? What was on the horse? Kill his horse now. Why can't I move? Oh. Well, we lost 2 horses. But that was it. Well, she can't lose her kit anymore, so... Who is in Dartsu? What? Why do I have a tab for in Dartsu? What the hell is that? It's... Nope. If I talk, they'll fixate. If I talk, they'll fixate. It's a born loser. Don't talk to them. Born loser, piece of shit cocksucker. Kill 2 horses. Oh well, they didn't get any loot. I gotta go train 2 horses, I guess. I'll run down there naked to go get 2 horses or whatever. I could just suicide run to go tame 2 horses. There's not really anything stopping me. Take a couple of axes or whatever. I didn't lose any kits, which is good. Okay, so this douchebag showed up. It happens in worthless, well, on servers like this, worthless pieces of shit show up. It's just a fact of mortal life. So I will go recover from it by going down the mountain to go train some horses and then come back. Which should be like a 10-minute mission. Not too bad, you know. Mostly mountain traversal, which is kind of time inclusive, but I thought this event would be really good, but you can't get any. You can't get the events, which is so annoying. I should have maybe moved my Gila here, but no, I like where I have my Gila. Are you gonna play? You're just like frozen. You're fucking stupid. No, like I think Eve like froze. No, I don't know. Yeah, you are. You're like frozen. You're like leaked and frozen. Stop. Stop this client. You have frozen. Don't fall. That guy figured out where I lived and somehow managed to gank me as I went to the door. Maybe I have a shithead infestation now. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. As it was, I almost outplayed them. Almost killed their horse. There's a wolf. I could tame the wolf if I could kill the wolf. Be right back. Get something to drink. Normal fruit drink. No. I want water. Do I have water over there? No. Oh, my tablet's off. I didn't realize. I have that, which is good. I'll take this. Oops. Oh, are you killing me? You are killing me, aren't you? You're like killing me, aren't you? No, you're not killing me yet. Or two pigs. Two pigs would work if I could kill the pig. I don't think I can kill the pig, though. With this axe. I don't know. I really don't know. I'll get my tablet running. That stupid 10 strip. Okay. I'm going to go up under Final Fantasy XI and change the channel and worry about that for a little bit. I mean, I guess I could try and kill pig. I suppose. I don't know. Can I kill a pig? Quite good. Is my tablet running? Yes, it is. The young Razorback is too small. And I can't get more than one. I should have brought my real axe, but I didn't think... I learned that pigs are just down the slope, which is good. Maybe I can get him alone. Oh, that's not even really how you swing the axe. If I get two of them, I'm dead. Maybe I can get this pig. Ah, did you miss? Yes, you did. Did you hit? Fucking hit this asshole. Hit him. Hit him. Huh. No, don't. No. Is he gonna kill me? He might kill me. I don't know. YOLO. 3, 2, 1. Maybe he'll run. Nope. Is he gonna kill me? No. I got him. Okay. Oh, can't aggro any other pigs. I get up? I don't think I can. I've got to go around the long way. Let's get away from the pigs and heal. Yep. She can do menial chores like that. That's kind of cool. Oh, I need to talk to the egg vendor. Protein. Oops. Z egg. It's ice day. So if I trade ice, C, I'll see an I. I don't see an I. There. I. C. Do I have an E? I see. No, I don't have an E, so we're going to look for an E. Gotta find an E. I just did him, I think. E. 10K for E. Why? Alright, fine. Whatever. He's smart. I wish to turn in ice before the day ends. I C E Orphic egg. And that, yeah, that's it. That was the main thing that I wanted. This was the main thing that I wanted, which is good. I have all 3 of the eggs, which is good. And yep, and I got that done, which is good. I should sell eggs, but I also don't care about eggs. You killed my fucking pig that I killed, you fucking dick wolf. The fuck was this? What was this? What was this? Now you're running from me? You killed this fucking pig, you son of a bitch. Why did a wolf aggro so far away? Heal, there's another one coming. Fuck. There. Oh no. I better kill the other one. Please do something else other than that. Ugh. Sit. Sit, 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 sit. Oh no. Are you aggroing? You are. So many wolves came. Why? So annoying. You're so annoying. Die, asshole. Am I gonna live? I don't know. I'm gonna try and get him. I'm gonna try and get him. He's a source of damage, which is one of the ways I can kind of like abuse them to get more pets. Pets I can ride. He's gonna come out of it here. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. I failed to tame him. No, I didn't. Did I fail to tame him? I failed to tame him for some reason. Just rest. Ah, so much pop aggro and Link is so annoying. But whatever, this is all progress until they kill me. Sit. Whenever I leave the house, I should almost always give myself like 20 bandages. Look, they're like returning and they're leashing. And now that one's gonna aggro again. I just want to rest, like way up here where you won't aggro me. Yeah, and I'll go get that pig. I can't believe you killed my pig. I got far enough away where you shouldn't have aggroed. Oh, damn it. Fucking pop aggro Link. Okay, we're selling silver ore. Silver ore. Oops. Mithril ingots. 41,000. Not bad. 40,001. 40,001. 40,001. Good. Okay, so oh god, I'm full. Young Razorback is not really in my interest. There's the low health wolf. Let's see if we can get him as a pet. He's running from me. That's son of a bitch. Why are you running from me? Don't do that kind of stab either. Ugh, fucking so annoying. When you don't want them, they come. When you do want them, they run. It's so annoying. They're like glitched where I can't ever like tame them now. I'm gonna get like one chance at this guy. I'm out of stamp. Just sit. Just sit. Why did you run this far? Fucking wolf won't aggro anymore. Alright, fine. Just fight pig. I'm done fighting stupid ass AI like this. Ah. Quartermaster. Oh, yeah? Oh, no way. Ah. Cool. You can get a quartermaster. I could just sell stuff out here? I didn't know that. Look, I got a gold. Does he sell anything good? Reliquary Station. Well, this is good to know. Supply tower plans. Yes, I stopped E, but I want you to start again. And now, looking for pigs. Where did all those pigs go? There were so many pigs here, and they're all gone. There. Okay, fucking stupid ass Don't aggro me. Is he gonna kill me? He might kill me. There, I've almost got him. So annoying. Run, run. I don't want aggro. Nope, nope. I don't know. Is the wolf low? Yeah, the wolf's low. I still don't really want him, though. This is a level 17 Razorback. If I get another one, they'll both grow into pigs that will, like, be rideable. And I can produce pig bags at the town. They're not, like, super really what I was looking for. But I lived. Suppose I'll feed him. Damn, it's so annoying. Put this over, like, here. Something like that. Beautiful. Just want to see if you can climb this mountain. I don't think you can, huh? Your cliffs suck. I hate your cliffs. They're so bad. I know better than to try and, like, get around them. Maybe I should just go and try and find horses. They won't fight back, then I'll be able to, like, probably snag 2 of them, and I don't know. The Razorback was a good idea, but it's, like, not really what I came for. I'm gonna go try and find a horse. Where are the horses? Are they that direction? I can't remember. I could pull the map. God damn it. You are, like, seizing up. Yep, you crashed. You fucking worthless piece of shit developers. Can't you get a fucking client that doesn't crash every 5 minutes? So annoying. Alright, whatever. Go again. I am trying to... every time this client launches, I get scared it's going to crash my computer. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to go to YouTube. Buying lots of mithril. Buying lots of mithril. It is expensive. Oh, yeah, I suppose it doesn't really matter where I go. I suppose I will stay here, actually. I was going to go... Or, well, I was going to go camp the vendor. Yeah, let's go camp the vendor. I can always come back. Am I in? Yeah, I'm in, huh? Yeah, we'll go look for horses, which I think are this way, but I don't know. If I could get a big pig, I could just ride him. And that's, I mean, that would make this so much fucking easier. I can just ride around, find the horses, get those. Big pig, 2 horse is probably the best way to go. Here's a normal razorback. Let's see if I can kill him. Hopefully I can ride him. Please, please, please. So this other one was a young one, but it lied to me. It said it was a normal razorback, but it's a young razorback. He's 33. Very, very good. So, I don't know. Do I kill the other one? I think I do. I'm going to kill the other one to feed him. Abandon. Yes. And then fight. Okay. I want you to feed. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. Gonna ride around on this razorback looking for horses. Gonna turn up my... Well, and I don't need my sound very much, actually. Now, I wish to get in a... Oh, I'm in the wrong station for some reason. Okay, never mind. But I do want to start making mithril. Now, we're looking around for horses. Which I think are actually that way. I think, yeah, I think I can, like, see the horse paddock, honestly. Oh. I don't know, maybe water might be good. Oh, I'm hurt again, which is just not wise out here. I'm going to stop. But we'll come back with the horses that he killed. Yeah, I would prefer 2 horses because what I have is 2 saddles. And that way I can just go right back to where I was when he jumped me, you know? Pigs, but no horses. If anything even hits this pig. There's horses. Okay, so now we know that if I go like southeast, I'll find the horse paddock, and it's like a open meadow to the east a little bit. This is good. So I guess I'll get food for the horse first. I don't know. Is there any like bushes around? Nope, I don't see any. So. Okay, so then I'm going to run over here and I'm going to pull a little bit more grass. Okay, we're going to train a horse. Hopefully a low-level horse. I will abandon the pig once I have 2 horses. Okay, there's my first horse. Looking at my pet points. I have 36 out of 43 pet points. I'll abandon the pig once I have the horse. Oh, I don't have enough pet points. Okay. Well, so let's kill the Razorback, I guess. So we're going to abandon you since I have a horse now. I mean, I could bring a pig for her. I don't really see the difference. The pig eats meat, which is kind of annoying. That's something that's a bit different from the horse. So I guess I don't know. The pig is of more use to me. Well, we have 2 mounts here. I'm just going to go home with these mounts. That works for me. There's where I live, I think. Yeah, that's where I live, right? I think. In any event, I've got to get back up, and that's not easy to do. I guess since I'm dual riding, I don't have to wait. I can just hop on the fucking pig and go. Let's get back up the hill. It really looks like I can kind of climb the fucking hill right there, but no, I don't think so. I suppose you're supposed to respect the mountains, and I will. I'll just begin to respect the mountain. I don't respect how long it takes to walk anywhere. But with 2 mounts, I can just brute force this. I can just go from mount to fucking mount like this. And just get off this one. Hurry up, horse. You're a horse. You're supposed to be faster than the pig. Let's go. By the time I catch you, the pig is full stam, which is so annoying. There's bush pigs, and I need those, but I don't think I want to fight them with this axe. I should have brought a real axe. I don't have the daily anyways. Yeah, like, it's slow to get back, but I mean, you get horses for free, just like right down the mountain. Just like a few, you know, like a half-mile walk from my door is like horses. Which is one of the reasons why I moved where I moved. Yeah, there's also a bandit camp right down below. But they're, like, I don't know, it's kind of a, like a group bandit camp. It's not really a solo bandit camp. Sometimes I want to pop in their house just to see how they build. It's a guild steward. Now those are, that's a solo pull. You could solo pull that. But boy, look, it is like a hour-long journey or something like that to fucking like get these mounts back that he killed. And so I really got to take that seriously. I don't know what to do about that. I guess I should get on them and ride to town. Let him fuck around with the guards. Okay, we made it home. Let's switch up and bring the horses back here. Yeah, we gotta go east, but I made it back, which is good. Killed my horses that I leveled for a really long time. It's fucking annoying. Okay, it was a bit of an adventure, and I'll get better at it. I'll bring a real weapon next time, so it's much faster. But, yeah, like I learned how to replace these animals without that much fucking stress, you know? Now, last time I showed up here, this guy somehow reached my door. But I guess he was chasing me. Okay, so we logged the other character in, so I can transfer this pig to her. And at least she has a ride again. And she didn't die or lose anything. And we're back to where we were before the asshole jumped me. Like, not really, but, you know, kind of. Sort of on the way, which is good. Wait, RuneScape Dragon Wilds is live? No way. It's $30 to just get in it right now. Let's see. RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Let's see what they say about that. I hate RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Oh no.
RuneScape Dragon Wilds is an awful game. Invincibly awful. And you can't even say, well, it's early access, you know, give it some time. This isn't even a beta. This is barely an alpha because magic and ranged aren't in the RuneScape game you paid $30 for. This needed more time before coming out. It's so bare bones. It's so empty even outside of that. You have a stamina bar, but no agility.
But isn't it old school RuneScape? Don't they really have like that Jagex money? Because they make that piece of crap Game Boy game. It's got like Game Boy graphics, old school RuneScape. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm just saying it has Game Boy graphics from 25 years ago. Why the fuck would they not have a lot of money? They've been making so much money off those subs and everything. Like, and I'm sure it costs money to produce the game, but I mean, like, I don't know. Like, couldn't be that hard. I don't know. And like, where'd that money go? You can't invest in RuneScape 2 or whatever?
We have rune crafting, which I guess makes sense for RuneScape. They put in the bare minimum and started selling us a beta game for it, when again, like, this isn't even alpha at this state. And it's the most painfully generic survival game. To the point where, like, why even call it RuneScape? Because the idea is, like, yo, all this stuff in 3D
maybe I might like it.
Really cool.
Maybe I might like it.
I love my survival games if they actually have skills to them and you progress and you level up and then you can get better at that. RuneScape is the perfect environment, but not when you have water that you have, like hydration and hunger. I guess hunger makes sense, but the hydration just doesn't.
There's hydration.
The most generic survival aspects to where it doesn't even make sense.
There's like no point.
And eat. In my RuneScape,
oh really?
In my RuneScape game,
why?
I'm thirsty, so I have to drink water. You want to know how you get water? You mash buttons. Every time I press E, I get dirty water. So I can just do that, I guess, until I get encumbered.
Yeah, what does that mean? That's like Fallout 76. Their water system wasn't too good either. It's just like, what does water mean, kind of?
Clean water, I gotta cook it. So then we can craft. We can put our dirty water in here. We can do that with the logs.
It doesn't look that bad to me.
Now we're making water, guys. So to stay hydrated, this is how you do it. I'm guessing like maybe there's a spell in the future where you use water runes.
Ooh, the graphics aren't looking too good, although I don't mind them.
And then that can like auto hydrate you, because like there's some cool elements to this game. I like
I'm sure
this
there
quick
is.
bar where you press Q and then you get access to spells, and there's even like combat spells. So if you want to in the middle of combat, you can actually like use spells and stuff to have that, and the spells also help with your crafting. So like 20% of this game is what you want out of a RuneScape game, and the rest of it's terrible. Now I'm just sitting here, automatically cooking water. And
See, I thought this was going to be like a nice, like, 3D modern game. I mean, it is kind of.
Cooking experience.
It's better than RuneScape.
And I do this that way I can stay hydrated.
Not better, but just graphics.
The hydration just seems completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
Also, why even go through all of this hassle when it's RuneScape? Just give me the menu. Give me the menu from RuneScape so I can click and then I can craft or I can cook the thing. Instead, you just put in the items and it gives you the outputs. And then you have to put in the wood to get those items. And that's the cooking skill. They couldn't just translate the game. And because of that, it's awful. But
I don't know. What's the combat look like?
So what about the other survival elements? Well, again, it's just the most generic. It costs you stamina to chop down a tree. Now you're getting woodcutting experience, like that's true to RuneScape. But what I hate most about survival games is when it's two stages. Like, I chop down the tree, and now I have to chop down the log to get more wood. So we sit here and do that for a bit. And then it's a 3-stage.
If it had terraforming or something,
actually,
it might rival Worm, you know? But no.
Because after chopping the big
Man, when I look at this, I think it's old school RuneScape. It's like one of the most classic RPGs of all time. They've got to compete with somebody like Fortnite or whatever. And they just, I don't know. They just, I don't know, like this isn't it. This isn't competing with Minecraft or Fortnite. This isn't competing.
Log. The big log chops.
I think Lego Minecraft looked. I'm sorry. No, what is it? It's Fortnite or whatever it is. It's Lego Fortnite was better than this.
Smaller log. Like maybe that's just a gripe about survival games, but again, like it's way too
Oh, I
generic,
can't do the pig because it's
this
loud.
Could've just been like 3D action-ish RuneScape. And then down here you might notice a resting system. Well, actually, you lose stamina if you don't rest enough. So this is how they kind of like get you to build a base and sleep or something. But it can also just be trivialized in very basic ways. I built a box with 3 corners, and that counts as a house. So I have to do that.
Wait, you can build a house though?
I have to do that to actually.
Oh, because it is a survival
in very
game.
Basic ways. I built a box with 3 corners, and that counts as a house. So I have to do that. I have to do that to actually be able to rest so I don't get penalized arbitrarily.
Yeah, like Valheim, where they're like, you have to have a roof. And it's like, well, yeah, in theory. I have to have a fucking roof. This horse has not been fed. Nice, he ate all the grass, though, which wasn't too good. Did he get my dial? I think he got dial off me is what he got. I don't care. Pull the sagebrush or whatever. Okay, I think I'm done with this character now. I'll bandage up my razor back and then I'll log. And we'll just let him grow over time. He doesn't really have a saddle. Oh, I have 50 gold. Yeah, so let's put 50 gold in the house. So right now, looking at upkeep, 3 silver per hour. 50 gold is 5,000 silver. 50 divided by 3 is like 15.5 or whatever. 15, 17, whatever. So yeah, I don't know. It's like what, like 17 days per 50 gold or something like that. I don't know. Let's go see. 52 gold. 5 days. And it looks like it becomes exponentially more expensive the more you want to pay out. No, it didn't take my upkeep. It's not taking this upkeep for some reason. So 49 gold. It won't take the upkeep is what it is. It just won't let me. 67 days, so you can't keep houses forever, which is cool. It is for people who like actually play the game. I will lose this loot if I don't come in and pay. I don't lose what's in the main chest, so the main chest should be my main comp box, or at least where the gold is. The gold, all this other mats, this stuff doesn't matter really. Oh, I was wait. While I'm in here, I was gonna place that fire. Yeah. Oh, I have 50 gold. Yeah, I do. So, open the chest and dump 50 gold. I guess then we made some progress. 63 gold, not bad. So you, I want to trade you, and I want you to give me this pig meat and this fire. Yeah, fire. And then I want you to place the fire right here or whatever. I don't know. Will it stay there forever? I don't know. Let's see. Maybe if it's in your house, maybe it will. Let's see. I need a cooking tool. Oh, I can rest at it, but I can't cook at it. Oh, I can rest at it, but it's not like... Okay, well, that's cool. I don't mind that that's there. Whatever. Does it burn me or whatever? No, I can just stand on it. So... What now? I guess that's everything. Yeah, so we just keep chopping wood. I'm just like seeing what I need to do on this character. I don't think I need to do anything, so I'm going to quit this and go out. I want you to feed the horse if he needs it. Oh, they changed the agents on me for some reason. They like switched it, huh? Okay, well, whatever.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so I will be out shopping. I suppose I want to put a saddle on the horse.
Docking permission requested.
Okay. And I'm learning to park the horse in the center of the house where it's harder to bomb him. Like that. Yep. I like my sandboxes. They are good to live in, definitely. I don't know, maybe I'll buy this game.
Want to play RuneScape. We also got
it looks more fun to me than old school RuneScape.
So we can use our skill to line up and like auto chop trees, but then that makes me wonder, like, okay, why does the tree chopping have to be so tedious?
Why?
Like, okay, we did that and we got a couple of logs for it, I guess, and now we still have to do this with our basic tool.
Yeah, like New
selection.
World did this
And
better.
then the stamina
I mean,
bar just kills everything. Just because you have a survival game
just doesn't mean you need a stamina bar.
mean you have to have a stamina bar. You just balance around.
I like
it.
this guy.
Okay,
He's good. He's actually skilled. Verlicify, I like him immediately a lot. I like your style, man. I don't think you take shit from these idiot devs. I like your style, man. And I like that.
and maybe the stamina only matters for dodge rolling, but not limiting the amount of trees I can cut or the amount of attacks I can perform just to arbitrarily make the combat annoying and tedious. Rock Explosion is also just way better.
Is the combat good like old school RuneScape where you walk up and you just auto swing?
Like, I just drop this down and then we blow up a lot of rocks, and now we don't have to worry about rocks for a long time. So, okay, that's just way better than the wood cutting. The interesting thing is this does feel very RuneScape when you get to the RuneScape parts, because, like, the characters, I know Dork, I know Vanica. I guess they dipped because I finished their quest, but Vanica was here, trust me. And the tutorial NPCs pissed me off even more because they just went, hey, pick stick up off ground. Hey, pick rock up off ground.
How is this any better than Genshin Impact or whatever?
Use that to make stone tools, and then use that to do the things, to build the things, to get your craft.
I don't know, I see something here, but it just looks like Valheim.
Table. So it's just like the most formality.
But I don't like the Valheim world. I don't like that Norse world that they did. It's
when instead of talking to them, they can't just be like, oh, here's a kit. Like, can we just skip the first 15 minutes of every survival game now where you talk to the NPC and it's not a tutorial picking sticks off the ground? It's, hey,
yeah,
here's
I
a
don't
kit.
really need that. Like, they do that because they need some intro to survival. Maybe that's Baby's first survival game for some reason. Oh, it's New Day. Yeah, it is. I need to buy. Cheap silver. Yay for cheap silver. I guess I can sell copper too, I guess. When I sell mithril, I'll sell copper, but only one stack of it. It's all love. It's all money. Yeah, I can do the copper. I mean, there's nothing really stopping me from doing that. So mithril ingot, mithril beast coins are getting down again, but we'll just keep on going.
Of axe, pickaxe, and like your first starter weapon, and you can still learn how to craft. But I don't need to pick sticks off the ground to just start hammering trees. How about that? That's why Minecraft is so successful. I can punch trees immediately. Also, for beta or early access, the controls are unacceptable. This is not proximity pickup. I'm standing over the item, pressing E does nothing.
that's ridiculous.
It's one of those games.
What? Oh, really?
Oh. Also, you put away your shield whenever
it's
you
one
do
of
anything.
those games.
So it's like, oh, I want to mine. I want to chop down a tree. I need to re-equip my shield if something attacks me, or if I want to put my weapon back on. Also, it's just like really easy to accidentally unequip and then be like stuck in an animation and not be able to do anything about it. So you're just punching things. Like, it's so clunky, and there's no scroll to just like automatically get my pickaxe out, automatically get my axe out. It's just so unfriendly to the player. And it also upsets me because, like, do we need a survival world? Because RuneScape
exists. It exists.
It's a survival game. That if you leave Vera,
yeah, like if you can, like, RuneScape itself is like the most coziest game if you really want to get lost in it.
South, you get dissolved by wizards. If you're just out and about, something high level can jump you, and it's actually threatening, or there's just enemies around. So why couldn't this just been a Gilnor adventure? Why don't we have a starting area like Lumbridge? And because there's no NPCs, because there's no civilization, there's no currency. So there's nothing like
there's nothing going on at all.
Money off of it.
Why would you make a non-RuneScape game?
Use that to buy things. So I'm just playing a survival.
These devs, they don't make sense to me. They don't make sense to me. They're so dumb. They can't be trusted to manage their own IPs. They need guidance or something. They need management. Is it leadership? I think it is. I think it's not that they're rudderless helms. It's TPS report. The whole industry is TPS reports now, and the creativity has been killed.
After that isn't even reskinned RuneScape. Also, why do we even have stone tools? Again, tutorial.
Yeah, like why?
I'm just like, yo, level 1 bronze.
Why do we have different tiers of tools? Why? So my walking sim is a little bit slower because I have to go back and repair my weapon, repair my tools all the time. Why do we even have that? I don't like durability. I get durability is like, oh, how long can I smash this one pick into a thing all day before it breaks? You know, I get durability, but I don't know. Sometimes some of the played out stuff, like you can tell all the corners that New World wanted to skip, or not. I'm sorry, like cut. Like New World wanted to cut a bunch of corners, so they just got a whole bunch of this out of here, or sort of. I mean, they have tiers of tools too, but it really doesn't really super matter.
And 10 makes bronze, and now that's downloaded into your brain for the rest.
Like I don't know. Like in Rust, like I get that everything is finite and everything is real, and you must go get the materials for that thing in the world, and I like that about Rust. I do, but I don't know.
Your life, and if you get in
it's a little played out now. We're looking for evolution in the survival scene. We're not seeing it.
A sticky situation of, oh, I somehow don't have a pickaxe anymore, mine broke, or I dropped it. You can just buy it from someone. Where's Bob's axes? Where's just like the most basic starter stuff? This is why like we
like it's weird. Like Mortal has a dumb system that I've never really liked that much, which is like buy crappy steel woodcutting axe with crude handle, buy 50 of them, break all 50 of them. Now, that's not how real axes work. You could chop all you want. Maybe you go through 5 a year if all you do is chop down the forest to make sure that there's enough wood for for humanity to survive the winter or whatever it is you're up to. But yeah, maybe you go through like 5 axes a year. This idea of stacking 40 axes for your stupid ass durability is just another form of time sink that takes us away from what gaming actually is, which is fun, you know?
Starting town, we call for help, and we at least get like a small
I like realism sometimes if it makes sense, like if it should it should be that way,
that uses currency, that doesn't have to be a pure you're on your own survival game. That's just too generic and unnecessary. When again, like
we're getting too many of these now too. There's like Icarus, there's like Nightingale, and Enshrouded. I'm gonna list all of them: Enshrouded, Valheim, Minecraft, or not Minecraft, but Lego Fortnite. You can count the original ones like DayZ and Rust, but I sort of leave them out because they're like the progenitors and stuff. I'm talking about all the new ones. 76 is sort of like this. 76 is a lot like this. 76 is one of these. Minecraft itself, there's a lot of these. Like, there's a lot of these games to fall into, and they're all basically the same game. 7 Days to Die. I mean, I play all these survival games. Bellwright, Mortal's kind of the same way. They're all the same thing. They're all like the same game. It's okay, but you guys do need to evolve. You can't just make this cookie cutter like RuneScape experience. You need to actually evolve. No Man's Sky is about to step. Sooner or later, one of these people is going to actually provide like a live service. I thought Once Human might do it, but it seems like it was mismanaged. Like, I don't know what Once Human's fucking deal is, but they can't seem to provide a server that stays busy. I don't know what it is, and they can't keep you there, and they force you to restart your work all the time. And I thought Once Human might actually do it. I think NetEase was onto something with Once Human, and I think if the right people step to the survival market, they could really make a WoW killer. I think Once Human is the closest thing we have to a WoW killer right now. I just don't play it because it was mismanaged
enough to where, like,
I feel Nightingale's kind of like that. I feel like Nightingale could be so good if it was just given a Star Wars Galaxy like a Star Wars Galaxies bent, a little bit more of I think I don't know. A bunch of these could be really super good. If Valheim played like World of Warcraft, it would be a better game. If 76 played more like Rust, it would be a better game.
and you could just kind of make
I don't really see why difficulty isn't this thing like that should roll forward, that should always challenge the kids that are just starting out at the age of 12 to be the best in the world. And then the older you get, the further you are from stepping off or whatever, and the more you're kind of set in your ways, and you're just, you've got a lifelong set of rules in the way that you do keybinds and all this other stuff. And I like all that stuff, but I think it also does kind of like pigeonhole us a little bit. And so I don't know why difficulty isn't embraced more in these communities. Like old school RuneScape does have some difficulty into it if you go and look for it.
The world work and feel kind of
difficulty
alive.
Being you'll probably die, so you've got to grind a lot.
My guys, there's a shop in the wilderness where people kill each other recreationally, but we can't have gold coins in Dragon Wilds, and the combat is a mix of like kind of feels fun RuneScape where it's like, yeah, I like just being able to mash.
No, this is not RuneScape, because this is not RuneScape combat. At least the damage numbers are there.
Things and then like grind.
At least the damage numbers are there. That's a lot better than some of these other games managed to do. Like I love Rust, but my chief complaint about Rust is no damage numbers. I would make a serious effort to return to Rust if they were to fucking add damage numbers, because the game, I don't know, sometimes I feel like I'm not seeing the calculations right. Like Fortnite feels like a much better game in terms of combat.
For low level things, like hitting chickens is the most fun I've had in this game, as sad as it is. And then like this, like, okay, cool, it just costs too much stamina to do anything.
It looks like they spent some time on it and it's actually polished,
which I guess goes into leveling up.
But it doesn't look fun
because stamina costs go down on attacks. But it's like, shouldn't it just be like RuneScape where we have attack, defense, and strength to use that to scale your base,
like shouldn't it just be like RuneScape?
It's infinitely better. Like, how did Jagex?
You know what? You know what would be cheesy, but I think would actually kind of work, would be like to set off an auto swing where like literally you just press a button and your character starts going yeah. It sounds cheesy, but I don't really see a problem with that. And you just aim, you just bring your character's face at whatever you want to attack, and that could be melee for me. Now I think that is kind of some melee in some games. Like you have to hold the button down, but like I don't even think you need to do that. You could just like walk up to something.
Not just make.
That's kind of what old school RuneScape is. You walk up to something, you left click it, and then this auto swing battle starts. I like auto swing battle. I don't have an issue with it. I'm playing games that are primarily auto swing battle. Mortal isn't, but all the rest of them are. Like even FFXI, they're all auto swing battle. I like auto swing battle. You could make a good auto swing battle game. I've seen attempts at it before, I think. But you could make a pretty good auto swing battle.
Survival. This is a 2015 survival game made by an indie studio.
Yeah.
And yet.
Yeah.
This is Jagex. I've lost all faith in Jagex as a company.
Yeah, like Jagex. Like now, the game looks like it lives up to the RuneScape thing, and it probably was like a masturbatory thing for RuneScape people to finally see 3D and finally see graphics and finally see a vision from Jagex. But I mean, you understand that kind of hype that you guys had, you didn't use it. You had 23 years of a stellar reputation that was unsullied. I would say pretty much like unsullied. I've never heard the most negative thing I've ever heard about RuneScape is there was some grooming things about the community. That was it. That's like the most negative thing I've heard out of RuneScape. That and a little bit of poor item implementality at the beginning of the run. But I mean, like overall, like that's it. That's like the only negativity I've heard about RuneScape my entire life. You had like pretty much a perfect stellar reputation that you could have sold for billions of dollars, and this is how you step.
To release this as a $30 game, and not just like a demo. This needed to be a free demo that cuts you off after the tutorial, or just makes like a tutorial item.
Why not? Okay, why not? Okay, why not just evolve RuneScape into 3D?
And then go, oh, that's cool. I want to play.
Where you can press a button or whatever. Not even press a button. You just scan out, and it's suddenly like why doesn't RuneScape look like this? I don't need another RuneScape game. I need RuneScape to improve until it looks like this.
Access them, but this is
because the content in old school RuneScape is good enough to carry people for generations. You guys did nail that. You nailed it.
Everything about the game is infuriating like that.
Yeah, but it still looks more fun to me than old school RuneScape, which is kind of sad.
That you kill a goblin, you get a goblin pack, so you don't just get the loot. and it takes this long to loot each individual item
Ugh.
from the goblin. Isn't that fun?
No.
Aren't we happy we're playing RuneScape?
No.
I don't know if it gets any better, but I kind of
No,
don't care. 'Cause,
I don't
it's just going to be
care.
a survival game and not RuneScape. You build a shelter, got some quest stuff going
Who
on.
cares? Yeah, they always want something, and I'm like, I don't care what you want.
Construction.
You're a fucking NPC. I don't care.
Neat.
I don't care
Yeah,
what
we get,
you
like,
you
full
want.
experience
I
stuff.
really don't care what you want. I don't see how that fattens my wallets or broadens my horizons or makes me more intelligent or makes me a more skilled gamer. I don't give a flying fuck what you want for your fucking quest.
And drops for quest completions. The quest completions just feel so incomplete. And then
I like it. I like what I see here, and I'll
Tells you-
probably buy it.
to just do things over here on the map. But like, why couldn't we just get RuneScape? Why can't I talk
Why
to
can't I
a
just get 3D RuneScape with good graphics?
merchant and then
Isn't
sell
that what
my
you were supposed to be selling?
things and use that to buy other things?
No, you seem to be selling, I mean, I've seen this before. It's Genshin. You seem to be selling some third party early access fucking like debacle that isn't even as fun to play as Genshin Impact.
Why is it just launched as the most generic survival?
I'm not even that big of a Genshin fan. I played it quite a lot, but I mean, I was just saying, like, I don't really see how this is better than a free game.
game, and I don't see it getting any better from here.
Oh
with, like, the
no!
processing
Oh
and
no!
stuff.
Or anything like
Yeah,
that? No,
oh,
no.
I'm gonna
How is that
have
going to be
like
super fun? No, that's not going to be fun.
spinning wheels and then just have
No,
it.
you'd have to dig a big hole in the ground with Sauron in the middle of it, and then have all these goblins storming out of the mountains, and you'd have to have like streaming systems of like alliance like faction stuff against these like goblins and shit like that, make it super deep like that for it to even remotely be fun enough to play. And you guys don't add systems like that. You're just like, here's a fucking world, here's some boring point A to point B quests, have some fun mailing something, and thank God you can build a base in the world, but it doesn't feel like an MMO. It looks like a single crappy player, like 1 to 4 player, like Return to Moria vibe.
Pop out items at me the entire time. Like no.
Like
one-
76. One of the most depressing things about 76 is understanding the most fundamental big problem with 76 is that it really only caters to 4-man parties. And only 8 4-man parties, or not even that. It's like 7. I think it's like 7 4-man party, or yeah, it's 7 4-man parties on a 28 man server. I believe that is the correct number. It's like 28, something like that. Maybe they've improved it a little bit. I've seen more than that when it comes to the raids, because they connect, like, I think the servers when it comes to the events. But they don't connect the server, right? They don't connect the server itself. They do when you're in like public places like the mall, I think. But I don't know what their phasing system is, and I don't want to know. All I know is that it actually is kind of like a 3D Diablo. Every time they try to make a Diablo 3 or a Diablo 4, I'm like, why? I have Fallout 76. That's a 3D game that's essentially the same quality, full-voiced, way better full-voiced than Diablo or anything like that. Better story than Diablo, better than, better and all that, and it has the killing of Diablo. You go running around with auto aim VATS all the time, just hosing shit like Diablo. It plays like Diablo. Things die like Diablo. The shit blows up when you shoot a grenade like Diablo. It's a lot like Diablo, really. It's a 3D Diablo. So but the problem with that is you got to remember, Diablo is like a 4-player game. It doesn't really get deeper than that multiplayer. It does it does in 76 and New World and stuff, but something that you guys did, I'm not really sure what it is, but you managed to make these worlds feel completely empty when they don't need to be. Your server technology is so goddamn dumb, and I don't know what it is, but you seem to be prepared to deal with 10 million people, which I respect, and I think that's really amazing when you can do something like that. But you also don't squeeze us in when there's not that many. You don't, like right now there's 300 people on this server. By all rights, if I was a software developer, I would have designed the world to reduce, basically. If there was that little pop in my MMO, I would have designed the world to basically reduce to the active places that you can be, so I don't have to run the server for the dead zones and areas that people aren't even bothering to go to. That's how Final Fantasy is designed, right? Is like there's all these zones that people don't go to, so the server doesn't really need to worry about bandwidth in those in those zones, you know, and that's how all MMOs work. But something about the way that they're doing things is kind of dumb. The more lower pop their game gets as their games die, because their concepts are kind of dumb and their leadership not dumb, but just not like cooked enough, you know, in the oven or whatever. And so they release these like half-ass, you know, subpar half-assed products. And I don't really understand this, because when you look at what's at stake, which is Jagex's reputation, you would think that they might sink $1 billion into it. But no, it does look like they might have sank $1 billion into this, but I don't think they got their money's worth.
Inventory?
Okay, when I think of RuneScape evolving, I don't think it needs much. All it needs is some pretty graphics and a 3D spin on a camera. That's it. I don't really need RuneScape Dragon Wilds. I need you to make RuneScape look good. That's all. That's all. I don't need you to. That's how I felt about EVE Online, and they figured that out, and that's why CCP is managing to outlast some of these games like Terra and stuff like that, right? Is they know that as long as they keep making the game look like it's a current gen, then they can probably stay alive. But I mean, like this looks like Valheim, but I don't need Valheim. I have Valheim.
They can't even make the crafting feel like RuneScape. I just kind of have to like babysit things and have the items pop onto me after waiting.
Yeah, it's like shitting
minutes.
out items is kind of boring, guys. Like, frankly, like one of the things I liked about New World is you do these two forms of things, and I even have words for them, like cycling and stuff. You arrive at town with a full inventory. You go to every bench in the town, and this is how all survival games are. You run all the stuff that you can into the things that you can to get you know, skill ups for your crafting and all this, and then you move all that to the market and you dump it on the market, and then you go back out and you chop more trees. New World did very, very, very well with this. I don't think old school RuneScape did that well with it, but it did do well with it. Old school RuneScape captures that vibe better than most games do. Go out, cozy, chop some trees, you know, farm some shrimp or whatever RuneScape stuff that RuneScape people do. I really don't know.
I can build the next thing. Again, like they did, like sure.
I couldn't play RuneScape over WoW. At this point, I can tell you right now, I would never ever voluntarily play old school RuneScape. At that point, I would rather just, you know, what's the word? I would rather regress like a drug addict back to World of Warcraft, to something like Turtle WoW, and play hardcore on Turtle WoW, which is something I've set up to be able to do. You know, I've been set up to do that. I can do that. You know, and I'd rather regress and go back to the game of my youth, like WoW and FFXI, than ever go back to something like old school RuneScape. Because old school RuneScape is something that the library kids play for free. I mean, I have paid MMORPGs all of my life, tens of thousands of dollars for monthlies. And I expect a kind of product back in return, especially if, I mean, it's weird because my expectations of Jagex are completely, like of all the people out there, my expectations are actually probably the most fair, because I've never really played RuneScape. So like I'm the people they're probably trying to reach the most, people that they can convert or whatever to their RuneScape game. And like, so you would think that it would be easy for them to attract me to it, but no, they kind of struggle with these gameplay loops that don't attract me.
Survival game. This is RuneScape survival game. But why not?
Now I'm all fine with all of these things that I saw, if I can walk up to a mob and auto swing it like old school RuneScape, or fight it with, you know, like slashing it like a Souls-like game. I can do either, and I expected that kind of evolution out of you guys, where I expected you could either play it like Throne of Liberty or New World, where you can play it like a Souls-like, and actually it gets difficult if you wanted to, or you can walk up and press left click and your character auto slashes like a cell phone auto battler. That's what old school RuneScape is. It's a cell phone goddamn auto battler. That's what it's always been. If you were playing on the library cell phones, that's your fault, but I mean that's what old school RuneScape has always been.
Game where you're out in the open world of RuneScape having fun, and I can build.
Yeah, like, and I see something here. I see something. This could have been so great. The music, the graphics, everything. This could have been so great. But where's the real crafting? Like, I don't really see. Like, okay, I'll tell you right now. If you're stepping to the survival industry in 2025, you need to be on the level that Rust is at right now, where you can provide a boat experience, a dragon experience, or a helicopter experience, a building experience where they really can live in the world permanently and they don't get reset on some fucking wipe or something like that. You needed to play like old school games where you can tune out and grind for 45 minutes while you shoot the shit with your girlfriend or something, about while you watch Family Guy with her or something, right? And it needs to be that detuned and that easy to play, like old school RuneScape. But it also needs to tune up like New World, and it needs to play like New World too. You know, not play like it, but play as good as New World does.
It's wherever I want.
It's weird that New World is my standard, but New World is a better standard for these survival games than a lot of these other games came through, because most of these games can't actually supply this experience where you and 300 other people go and attack some giant mob. Like, most of these games can't supply that. Old school RuneScape kind of can.
Still have all the skills.
It kind of can.
But again, like, no agility.
WoW can. FFXI can. Up to 18 people anyways.
Can't just, like, make my stamina better. I just have to...
Yeah, I don't really like how you guys are acting with stamina bars lately. You seem to be using it as some kind of hidden time sink now. And that's just like, you've kind of fucked up and you painted yourself in a corner with that. Because if other companies get us used to something better and then you don't supply it, you are fucking up the stamina bar. You're fucking up stamina. You are. A lot of you developers are fucking up stamina bars. You don't really seem to understand how they work. Stamina should only ever be this thing that ever comes into the equation, and this is how I feel about it too. If you're making a whole bunch of melee blows as fast as you fucking can on your target, like Mortal, right? And so in Mortal, like, we can go to Mortal and I can show what I'm talking about if I didn't crash. Did I crash? I think I crashed. No, did you log? No, you just like crashed and didn't even tell me, I guess. Did you crash? Yeah, you did. You crashed. You crashed my Epic. I don't know. Fucking developers. No, you are running. You are running. Where is this game? It's not in the stack. There it is. There it is. I'm gonna go back and dump. I don't like that this guy came to my front door, but I do like how I handled it. I didn't troll him. I didn't talk shit. I didn't say anything. I didn't want him to fixate. I didn't give him kills. I didn't drop a loot. I did fight him, which I think mollified him. I did come out and I tried to kill him with an axe, and I did almost kill his pet. And I just, I feel like, I think I liked how that exchange went, because I did not show weakness in any way or form. I don't feel weakness in this particular experience. I think, yeah, I think I came out strong there. Like, he's gonna leave me alone because I wasn't afraid of him in any way or form. Yeah. They could come here and they can raid, but I don't care about that. If they want to waste their time, that's part of the game. They can do that if they want to. You know? But it takes days and days and days. And if you try, you just get robbed trying to move the siege weaponry because you're not some large clan. So this game actually does raids the correct way, which is, yeah, if you're an 18-man clan, go stomp in some houses if you have that kind of power. But if you're an offline piece of shit and you're solo or duo or even up to like quad, I'd say, you need to invest between 3 and 5 hours for a raid. Yeah, if it's an 18-man or higher, if it's like 36, I think a raid should last 20 minutes. But yeah, like if you're solo, I think an offline raid should cost like 5 hours of your time. I really do believe this too. This game's like that. You can't just go fuck somebody's house. That's just not really how it works. If you try and move the siege weaponry around, because it's not like Rust where you can carry the bombs in your fucking pocket, you've got to move ballista and a force across the world to wherever you're attacking. And if you bring that ballista anywhere near a town, the entire town comes and takes your ballista. And that's one of the things that works about Mortal, is the toxicity just isn't really there. It's there, but it's not like this thing that the solo players can abuse. You know, there's no griefing, really. Like that guy, he you saw what he tried to do to grief me. He could have killed me and then looted the bags out of the base. He could have done it. But it took him 20 minutes of trying just to get no kills. And that's because the developer is directly working against him, trying to have that kind of like power over another player in the world, because it's not conductive to like the game. It doesn't really mean anything, you know. Okay, this one goes to Alldayerrydaybaby through low sec with stuff that goes through with the autopilot settings that I currently have, which is avoid Edencom systems. I don't want to go to Alldayerrydaybaby. I'm going to decline and request. Do I have rep with this guy? Yes, I do. This one goes to low sec. They want to move large crates of hollow reels. It's a one-way trip, so I'll take it just because it does fit in my inventory. Yep. Okay, and we go blah, blah. I don't care about jumping into low sec if I don't have anything, so whatever. I'm gonna move.
Forced through the struggles of this game, and then if you go for like higher level combat, it's still just kind of annoying. Or like, okay, I do a couple of attacks. Oh, I ran. Actually, I'm just dead here. Like, okay, I can dodge attacks. I guess I need to back up to get all my stamina. Parry. Okay, cool. Like, parrying in RuneScape just doesn't feel correct.
No.
There should be more stat checking involved, I feel.
Yeah, there should be, like, more stat checking in the auto swing.
We're not at the point of, like, bronze smelting immediately, even though bronze is level 1. I can just kind of kit out in bronze or iron and just kind of, like, tank all these dudes. Also, I mean, like, okay, these things hurts. Like, getting hit is way too punishing. Stamina is also way too punishing. And it's like, this is rough. Yeah, sure, I can do this combat encounter better.
Yeah, like New World did this better, but it is at least a working frame of a game. I will say that.
Want to. It's just too unsatisfying and annoying.
Yeah.
How much health does
why always 3 mobs on 1 player? I don't really understand that. Why do you guys do that so much? Why is it always like 3 mobs on 1 player? I really don't like that.
Autopilot engaged.
Heal. Also, it takes so long to eat. And I don't heal any health from a chicken. This isn't RuneScape.
No.
Why is my health not gone up? I'm 15 combat. And my health meter hasn't gone up. I'm just at 100 health. Like, maybe the cooking gets a bit more complex. I'm
going to buy this game, though, because it looks good to me.
An actual range. And then I can, like, combine.
You know what else has bases, and I always try to and I'm thinking that maybe I will like more, is Shadow the Avatar. That's another MMO that I haven't done that I would like to build a personal world in, that I have, that I bought, that, you know, that I can play. That is an RPG. It's not an amazing RPG, but it's an RPG. It doesn't really... It has, like, abilities, but I don't really like them, and I'm thinking the passive is the way to go in that game. And I don't care how bad the game is. Like this, like RuneScape Dragon Wilds just looks like content to me. I don't care how bad the game is. I will chew through the content if I can live in that world. If it'll let me live in the world and I can build a base and live there or whatever, I will. You know? I don't mind living in worlds. It's what I try to do.
Make something better. But, like, from level 1, you put a chicken on the thing. And then you get it, and you eat it, and it gives you 2 health. So if we're playing by 100, it should give me 20 health instantly to eat a chicken. Not because, like, oh, we have this resting system, and this food system, and this stamina system. They could have just made it RuneScape. They didn't. So it's actually just an
They could have just made it RuneScape.
Generic survival crafter.
Oh, really?
Has nothing interesting about it. That just feels frustrating the entire time.
Yeah, so let's see what somebody else says, because maybe somebody else likes this game. Maybe Waydot. I don't know if I trust Waydot. Let's hear what Force had to say.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So if you hadn't heard the news,
Thank you for
this
like
week
and sub to your
Jagex
channel.
revealed a potentially very exciting new game. It's
Nope.
called RuneScape Dragon Wilds. This is an open world co-op survival
Approaching
crafting
Stargate.
game with third-person combat. It features MMO-inspired character builds where you can take on the role of a warrior, a ranger, a mage, and plenty of other traditional RPG-themed classes, slashing, shooting, and casting
I mean, there is aiming, so it is a skill-based RPG.
spells against a host of fantasy
There's
creatures
magic in it.
while collecting loot and exploring a massive open world with its assorted
Maybe the magic's good, huh?
biomes and points of interest. All the while also doing the survival game loop of gathering.
Oh my god, it's Valheim. They made a RuneScape Valheim. I'm full. No, I'm not full. Or yeah, I'm done with Mithril. Yeah, I'm done with
Autopilot
Mithril.
jumping.
So, but let's do my copper.
Crafting and building. Now, we have only seen a brief glimpse of this game so far, but it's looking quite promising from what little has been revealed, like a hybrid of Valheim and Enshrouded with the added layer of RuneScape's magical skill system and its world building. Also, according to some early hands-on testers who have already played the game in its alpha state, this is shaping up nicely with some very positive early impressions that we will
I'll buy it. I will buy it.
cover.
I will buy it on the 1st. I don't want to buy it now.
Later in today's
I will
video.
buy it.
I am tentatively quite excited. Like, this looks like something that I would definitely enjoy playing. So, today, in this video, we're going to go over everything we know about RuneScape Dragon Wilds. So, for starters, they've released 2 official trailers. A 2-minute teaser, which was mostly environmental flybys, showing off various zones and points of interest. So, we see some forest, rivers, medieval towns, castles, ruins, dungeons, swamps, waterfalls, a weather system with thunderstorms, nighttime with this bright stars in the sky, and finally this noxious wasteland. All in all, I would say this looks pretty character does in RuneScape, but the animations are different.
I don't like this video because it's pre-non-disclosure. Yeah, so we'll do the wait.
RuneScape Dragon Wilds is finally here. I spent all morning editing in the deep end of an extremely long
I don't
edit
like the spinning purple axe thing. I think that's terrible.
for another video I'm working on, when out of the blue I find out that Dragon Wilds was dropped today. RuneScape Dragon Wilds is a survival action-adventure RPG that
It looks better than Valheim. I liked Valheim. I played it. I've got like 60 hours on Valheim or something.
takes place in the RuneScape universe, and it was just released as early access today. No, it's not an MMO. It's attempting to compete with games like Valheim and Enshrouded. Now, this is going to be a little different from my normal content. Usually I would play a game for 100 hours and offer my full playthrough. But because I just finished playing both Enshrouded and Valheim and reviewing those games pretty extensively, I wanted to be pretty quick on the draw with my first initial impressions of RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Bear in mind that this video won't go too in-depth, rather I just plan on showing you the intro to the game and giving you some of my initial thoughts. There will be a more in-depth and complete review coming out within the next week or two, but anyway, here we are. Safe to say, it's been a busy day. This is RuneScape.
I lost my horse.
I started by popping some vitamin D because I've been so glued to my PC lately that I've barely had any time to go outside.
No, wait.
After messing with some settings, you're immediately brought into character creation, and you're shown the default bot character from RuneScape in extremely high detail. You know those fake, highly detailed edited pictures that people used to doctor up back in the day, and they would claim this is RuneScape 4. That's kind of actually what these character models look like.
Wow.
Anyway, I chose body type A. I messed around with some of the settings, of which there wasn't really too much available in terms of customization, but eventually I was happy with my appearance. I named myself Waydot and pressed play. Now, you're asked to create a world, and you're given a few different options, from playing solo
Oh, good. I'm gonna be able to see.
to playing with friends to playing with the community, which I guess will allow you to join
This
other
is so. They sold this to me. I think.
people's public worlds. If I was more social and enjoyed the presence of other humans, these options might have enticed me, but I prefer to game alone.
Autopilot
Next,
jumping.
you're asked to actually name your world.
How big?
and
How
play
big is
with
the world?
playing
How
with
many people
friends to
can?
playing with the community, which I guess will allow you to join other people's public worlds. If I was more social,
I will buy this game tomorrow, maybe.
Walking to station.
Social
Oh,
and
no, I'll buy
interactive
it on the first.
presence of other humans, these options might have enticed me, but I prefer to game alone. Next, you're asked to actually name your world, and when I played...
No, I have a refund coming from EVE Online for $90, and I'll just buy this game. Maybe I should try and buy it now, and just see if that money has come through as of like midnight or whatever. So... yeah, we're looking at RuneScape Dragon Wilds. I'm not
Approaching
usually...
station.
yeah, look, this is #1 on Steam. It's mostly positive. Maybe it's good, huh? Add to cart, we'll buy it. I'll go buy this right now. If I can. I might have to wait a day or two, but I will buy this.
Docking permission requested.
Oh, it ain't my phone. There we go. Sorry, guys, I'm just buying a game. I
Docking
think
permission requested.
I'm going to use my PayPal to see if that'll
Docking
cover it.
request
I think I'm a little
accepted.
short on the PayPal, so but maybe between the PayPal I can actually afford it today.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Nice, I made it to low sec. My phone is not unlocking. There we go. Let's see this real quick. Oh, oops. This is... yeah, I don't have the funds today, but I'll figure it out either tomorrow or the day after. I'll buy this game. It looks good enough to me for me to buy it.
Enshrouded recently, I actually had my cat name my world for me. However, she wasn't around today, and I thought it would be more fitting to use my Golden Gnome Award, which I won for being RuneScape's top new video creator in 2023. No, I'm not kidding. I guess it's better than just sitting around and gathering dust. And voila, you're met with a nicely voice-acted collage that narrates you through the story of Dragon Wilds. Basically a bunch of adventures.
Why does this look like a third-party company? This is Jagex. They've been around for 23 years. If I knew that I was going to be around for 23 years like this, and I was successful, and I knew that I had a successful MMO, I would set aside $1. No, it would be $1,000. I would set aside $1,000 of every bit of money that I made every day. I would set aside $1,000 every day, so $365,000 went to some kind of fund to build a new game or whatever. And after 20 years, that is something like $20 million that you didn't have before. And that isn't like going to get you there, but I mean, like, yeah, that's like kind of the thinking. I'm just trying to illustrate the thinking. I don't understand how this looks so ghetto when it's Jagex.
Set sail from Port Sarum to the land of Ashenfall, where they're met with, you guessed it, dragons. And then you're loaded into the game. You start off in a temple with the wise old man standing a few feet away. I immediately ran into webcam issues and had to restart my game, but after that I was loaded back into the temple, standing not too far away, once again, from the wise old man. Now, similar to Enshrouded, RuneScape Dragon Wilds takes place on a static map. If you've ever played RuneScape, there are familiar NPCs like the Wise Old Man and Vanica, and there's a ton of familiar items as well. I took a further look at some of the menus like the world map and even the skills page, and it seems like there's currently 9 skills in the game. And in typical RuneScape fashion, they go all the way up to level 99. This is actually a bit misleading, however, as the range and magic skill are both labeled as coming soon. So technically we only have 7 trainable skills. Furthermore, you have a journal which shows you lore, NPCs and monsters, and locations that you've been to, and this is what your inventory looks like. You have 32 slots with another 5 for equipable items and also a set amount of weight which can actually be carried. Also, really quickly, if you take a look in the bottom left corner, you'll see these indicators showing you your current status effects, including thirst and hunger. You actually have to keep these up at all times, otherwise you can get negative status effects and it can even kill you. Anyway, it's WASD to move, click to attack, space to jump, and control to dodge. It's pretty standard. I ran over to the Wise Old Man and talked with him by pressing E.
Shadows
he
look
asked if I
good.
wanted to participate in the tutorial, and considering I'm brand new to the game, I think stones or logs, you actually gain respective amounts of woodcutting and mining experience. After running over and talking to Doric, which unlocked the building menu, he tells you to make your way over to one of the 2 nearby...
No, this is good because I think this game's good because, and I'm glad that they did make it, because there's a bunch of RuneScape people who won't leave RuneScape, who don't know how good survival is and should have, like, some kind of RuneScape survival thing. And sure, maybe the game isn't good right now because they don't want to spend a lot of money on it because they just don't make that much money. I think Jagex is, I think they have kind of like this image that actually is not as profitable as one might think. And I don't know, like, I think people think that they make money, but I don't know. I don't think they make like World of Warcraft money. And so I don't know, like I think after 5 or 10 years this game might be really, really a good thing for the RuneScape community, because if they just keep enriching it,
lakes in order to gather some water.
It'll just keep getting better.
As your character is currently thirsty. You can gather water by just standing in any body of water and pressing E. This will give you dirty water, which needs to be cleaned before you can drink it. You actually still can drink the dirty water, which I accidentally did a couple of times, but this actually poisons you, so try not to do that. On my way back to Doric, I opened up my building menu.
But what does poison matter?
I could make both a workbench as well as a campfire by using logs and stones. While gathering a couple more resources, this Kebit actually started to attack me, and this is the first time I participated in combat. Every time you punch or attack an enemy, you'll see your stamina start to drain, but otherwise combat is pretty much just standard action combat, aim, and click. After that, I made my workbench and campfire, and looking inside the workbench, I could make a hatchet, a pickaxe, some better armor and weapons, as well as this Pioneer's Cape, which I was able to craft immediately and for free, and it actually looks pretty cool. I think this is an item that you get access to for purchasing the early access version of the game. After that, I opened the campfire menu, which had a slot for both fuel as well as an item to cook. So I placed some logs in as...
I mean, why should I play this game over Mortal? It's the exact same game as Mortal. I mean, I'm playing the same game. Like, literally am.
My dirty water in the top, which would result in...
I could go boil water in Mortal right now, too. I mean, I don't really know, you know? It's, like, sort of silly.
I ran around a bit, gathering some more resources and fighting another Kebit. You actually gain attack experience for every single individual hit that you do to the
I don't mind the combat, though.
And when I ran back over to my campfire, all of the now clean water was just laying on the ground beside it. Upon picking these up, I received all of the cooking experience for having cooked the water. And this actually got my cooking level to level 3. To be honest, in the early game, the levels just fly in. I'm assuming the leveling system is similar to RuneScape as well, where the early levels are exceptionally quick and easy to gain, but as you level up, they become exponentially more difficult. I'm sure you've all heard the meme that 92 is halfway to 99. Although apparently the level cap in Dragon Wilds in the early access is just 50, so don't expect to be pushing all the way to level 99 in any skills, not yet anyway. After that, I was finally able to craft my stone hatchet as well as my stone pickaxe, which actually got my crafting, or artisan skill, to level 2. Chopping trees in Dragon Wilds works pretty much how you would expect. You run over to a tree while holding your hatchet and you click to swing. You deal damage to the tree, and in a Valheim fashion, it falls down and you can chop it into smaller pieces. As you can see, this tree is currently suffering from Parkinson's disease, so I'm assuming they're still working out all the kinks when it comes to physics. While continuing to chop this tree into smaller and smaller pieces, I actually unlocked a new ability by getting my woodcutting to level 5, the overhead chop, which I can use on fallen trees by holding the right mouse button. And this does significantly more damage to the log than just chopping normally. It's still early on, but I can already tell that what's really going to separate Dragon Wilds from its competition in the survival RPG genre is implementing this skilling and progression system.
Yeah.
Jagex just does so well, and they already have so much experience with because of RuneScape. Anyway, after finally chopping down that entire tree, which admittedly took a few minutes, I had about 29 logs. You're going to want to be prepared for a lot of woodcutting in Dragon Wilds, especially in the beginning. Basically, everything needs logs, and it can take a decent amount of time to chop all of them that you're going to want. After that, I attempted mining with
Trees have to die.
my new pickaxe by using it on a stone boulder, and this works exactly the same as woodcutting. I did notice at one point that my pickaxe actually seemed to crit and deal 20 damage instead of the normal 10, so that was kind of cool. But now that this initial bit of interacting and exploring the first bits of the game, I made myself this little scarf as a headpiece, as well as a club and a shield, and after that I put some of my red berries on my campfire to cook, which would result in dried red berries, and these would help my hunger slightly more. But after all of that, I finally spoke to Doric again, who advised, which is a pun and reference to the spell Astral Projection from RuneScape. Basically, Astral Projection would allow me, by using air and astral runes, to summon a magical axe that would immediately fell a tree. This quick access spell wheel can hold up to 12 different spells, and you can customize this whenever you want. Every spell will have a rune cost as well as a cooldown. Astral Projection requires 5 astral runes and 10 air runes, and it has a 45-second cooldown. After bringing all of these logs to Xanax, she teaches you how to actually mine and craft runes.
Really? The magic
Basically, you
sucks.
need to mine what's known as rune essence, which you can find from these glowing purple rock formations. Mining these grants both mining and rune crafting XP, and these are located all over the world. Afterwards, you have to craft a rune altar by using rune essence, and depending on your rune crafting level, this will dictate which runes you can actually craft. Every 1 rune essence will result in 10 corresponding runes of whichever ones you craft. So I crafted 10 air and 10 astral runes. By completing this quest for Xanax, she actually gave me a woodcutting tome, which resulted in a small amount of woodcutting XP. And afterwards, I tried out my new Astral Projection spell, which first of all looks really cool. You conjure up this purple spinning hatchet, and it deals 81 damage to the tree, immediately knocking it to the ground, though you would still have to completely chop it up with your axe afterwards. Anyway, I was directed to follow this path into the nearby outpost to meet up again with the wise old man. I decided to take a bit of a shortcut and gather a bunch of water.
The hand movement is really bad.
Yes,
oh no!
Character is pretty excited.
Oh my god! It's very obvious.
That Dragon Wilds got released today. Anyway,
oh my god!
As I made my way towards the quest marker, I was informed that I had entered the Bramblemead Valley, which is actually a power level 2 zone. I also immediately found a cow, which took me a little while to actually take out his entire health bar, but afterwards he dropped animal furs, bones, and meat, which are all really beneficial items. I found the wise old man at the top of this building, as well as my first chest. Inside were some runes and rune essence, as well as this recipe. I guess there's some items in the game that you can't actually craft until you find its corresponding recipe. And afterwards, the wise old man mentioned that this might be a good place to set up my first base, and I couldn't agree more. So I again placed a crafting table and a campfire, and I decided it was time to try and actually build a structure. Now, in Dragon Wilds, building works in a similar fashion to Valheim, where structures need to be supported in order to actually keep standing. This will be...
You mean Rust.
Indicated by
you guys always think, because you missed Rust, you think Valheim is the first survival game.
Green, yellow, or red.
It's similar to Valheim, a game that only got like 100,000 players or something. Rust has 100,000 concurrent. You understand? Concurrent.
How much?
That's a lot different.
Yes. They also need to be placed.
You mean DayZ, really? I mean, it's like DayZ, really, or H1N1.
On even ground. And I was not expecting to run into so much difficulty by just trying to lay a floor. This was happening, however, because I was actually using the wrong structure. You see, when you're laying down the actual foundation for a building, you want to use foundational blocks, like this one here. These are on legs that can be
see, like this kid. He oh yeah, he knows.
In height, so you can even build on uneven ground. Eventually, I had my entire floor completed, and I started working on the walls before pretty much immediately running out of logs. It takes between 3 and 5 logs to build a lot of these different structures, and with how long it actually takes to chop trees, especially with just a stone axe, you can expect to be gathering for quite a while if you plan on building lots, especially early on. So I got to chopping and getting attacked by rats and more chopping, and really this is all I did for basically the next 10 minutes. Until I figured
10 minutes? You mean 10 hours?
surely this must be enough to actually finish my house, right?
No.
Well, I finished the wall and I made a front door and I started on the roof and I already ran out of supplies. So a little more chopping later, and at this point I was already level 20 woodcutting, which would actually allow me to chop thorny vines in order to get into secret areas. I laid myself a bed on the ground and set it as my home, which acts as a respawn point before sleeping through the night.
It's the same survival game.
Time you sleep, time still passes normally, despite you skipping until the morning. So if you have items or things being processed, they'll usually finish overnight. And your character will also become hungry and thirsty upon waking up. I genuinely spent so much time just eating and drinking, I think it's slightly overtuned. Though this could be different later on as you get access to better drinks and better food. I found it really to be a bit much in the early game, at least for me personally. But eventually I was able to finish my roof, and actually you will all be delighted to learn that this is the first time in one of these survival building games in which I actually managed to build a functioning and full roof on my very first attempt. Dragon Wilds has some really interesting building shapes and sizes that allows for really easy customization, and I was honestly pretty impressed. I put some torches down in my building and voila, a place to call home. Now, one nice touch while playing Dragon Wilds, you'll notice the song Harmony from the RuneScape soundtrack plays in the background, which is one of my all-time favorite songs. Also, yeah, that's an ominous dragon roar. I don't know if this means that dragons are nearby or if this just happens randomly while playing, but either way, it put me on edge. Anyway, I gathered a few more logs before making my first storage chest because my inventory...
Oh yeah, I think I've seen enough. You know. Alright, so RuneScape Dragon Wilds happened. I didn't know.
Harvard's now fighting back against Donald Trump, refusing to give in to his intimidation and demands, and the president's now threatening to go even further than the $2.2 billion he already froze. ICE arrested a Columbia student at his appointment for citizenship in what many are calling retaliation for his advocacy for Palestinians. You got huge Andrew Tate, Diddy, and Weinstein legal updates.
Diddy.
A lot, and then a good news story to help keep you sane. We're talking about all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it, starting with this. Harvard is now fighting back against President Trump refusing to give in to his demands, and they are quite literally paying the price for it. Because the federal government just froze about $2.2 billion in multi-year grants as the rift between the university and the president has grown, which, you know, is an insane amount of money, even for a school like Harvard, which is already well-funded and would mean shutting down entire research teams and programs. Right, and this after the Trump administration demanded that Harvard deplatform certain speakers, ban masks at campus protests, defund pro-Palestinian groups, and do a check to make sure that no other faculty members plagiarized. With that last one probably there because Harvard's former president was forced to resign after plagiarism accusations. So obviously, all of this is on top of Trump's normal anti-DEI crusade. Kind of. You see, in the past, the administration has come out as solidly anti-diversity, but in its letter to Harvard, it's now pushing for some.
Look, they changed the game so you can look outside. Oh no, I'm outside, huh? Oh, I'm outside. I'm outside. What? Oh no, never mind.
Docking permission requested.
I was like, I hadn't landed yet. I was like, wait, did they change it? No, they need to make it so you can view outside, like even the NPC stations. It'll be sweet. Yeah, did we dock?
Docking permission requested.
What's going
Docking
on?
permission requested.
Docking
request accepted.
Requested.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Diversity, saying, quote, every department or field found to lack viewpoint diversity must be reformed by hiring a critical mass of new faculty within the department or field who will provide viewpoint diversity. Every teaching unit found to lack viewpoint diversity must be reformed by admitting a critical mass of students who will provide viewpoint diversity. AKA, they want conservatives to be the new diversity hires and demand that the school audits for this. And then, in a statement yesterday, the Health and Human Service Department's Joint Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism, which has to be one of the longest names for a government group, claimed that that, quote, "It is time for elite universities to take the problem seriously and commit to meaningful change if they wish to continue receiving taxpayer support." What we saw was Harvard responding to all this in a few ways, such as changing its website's homepage to be a tribute to its researchers. But then, at the same time, its president writing that the university will not surrender its independence or its constitutional rights. And then going on to write, "No government, regardless of which party is in power, should dictate what private universities can teach, whom they can admit and hire, and which areas of study and inquiry they can pursue." With the university then also responding legally, with its lawyers sending out a statement that highlighted that the school has tackled some of the issues that Trump has a problem with, like anti-Semitism, and they wrote, "Harvard is committed to fighting anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry in its community. Anti-Semitism and discrimination of any kind are not only abhorrent and antithetical to Harvard's values, but also threaten its academic mission." With it then going on to highlight how it's disciplined people who break school policies around this and make sure that it is a, quote, "welcoming and supportive learning environment for all students." Right? And one of the big things in this situation is that this isn't happening in a bubble. Harvard is just the latest school that the administration has gone after. Columbia, Princeton, Cornell, and Northwestern, they've all also been targeted by the administration with similar demands. And in Columbia's case, the school actually gave into a more limited set of demands from the administration to get back around $400 million in funding, which is coincidentally the same amount that the school refused to pay Trump decades ago when it was looking to expand. Meanwhile, Princeton had $210 million in funding frozen after its president said that the Trump administration was the greatest threat to American universities since the Red Scare of the 1950s. And then you had Cornell and Northwestern losing access to $1 billion and $790 million, respectively, with the Trump administration claiming it was connection to, quote, "several ongoing, credible, and concerning Title VI investigations." Which I will say the details about what exactly happened there, they're unclear. It's also kind of unclear in general what Harvard and these other schools are going to do. Some might give in to claw back this vital funding like Columbia did, whereas others, they might just take a stance and shut down their programs. But notably, in the meantime, we're seeing a lot of big names speaking up in support of Harvard here, like former President Obama, who wrote, "Harvard has set an example for other higher ed institutions, rejecting an unlawful and ham-handed attempt to stifle academic freedom while taking concrete steps to make sure all students at Harvard can benefit from an environment of intellectual inquiry, rigorous debate, and mutual respect." Let's hope other institutions follow suit. Or with the general idea being that if a massive institution like Harvard, they give in to what many have called just blatant intimidation, that then really no one stands a chance and the dominoes will all fall. But then this notably playing out as you had Trump saying on Truth Social this morning, perhaps Harvard should lose its tax-exempt status and be taxed as a political entity if it keeps pushing political, ideological, and terrorist-inspired supporting sickness. Remember, tax-exempt status is totally contingent on acting in the public interest. So, this fight, it's not going anywhere. We're going to have to wait to see how it plays out. And in the meantime, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts on this in those comments. But then, from that, in a different kind of news, what do Andrew Tate, Diddy, and Harvey Weinstein have in common? Big legal updates. Starting with
lawyers.
Andrew Tate, he's set to face a civil trial in the UK in 2027 over claims of physical and sexual abuse from 4 women, with reports saying that their allegations stem from between 2013 and 2015, 2 saying they were in relationships with Tate at the time, and 2 saying they were working for his webcam business. And this is one alleged that he threatened her with a gun and said that there would be hell to pay if she didn't do as he said, and another saying that he strangled her to the point
There will be hell to pay.
Sex. This case actually had a preliminary hearing ahead of its trial today, and it stands to be a historic trial even outside of the Tate of it all, with the lawyer for the women saying this will be the first occasion coercive control has been brought before the high court in a civil context to decide if it amounts to an intentional infliction of harm. Right in there, adding that coercive control is a relatively recently identified form of violence and described it as a form of grooming and manipulation where the victim becomes less and less able to respond in what might be perceived as a normal way. And this is the women are reportedly seeking damages reaching 6 figures, but also Tate's lawyer wasn't required to and did not attend the hearing. That then brings us to Diddy's case because he pleaded not guilty yesterday to new charges in the indictment that he's facing in New York. And notably with this new superseding indictment, he's now facing 5 charges including racketeering, conspiracy, transportation to engage in prostitution, and sex trafficking. And with that, you had his lawyers recently saying of these new charges, these are not new allegations or new accusers. These are the same individuals, former long-term girlfriends who were involved in consensual relationships. This was their private sex life defined by consent, not coercion. And notably, like every update in this case, it's starting to feel like it has higher and higher stakes because the trial is just around the corner, or at least it's supposed to be. But according to CBS News, jury questionnaires are going to be distributed at the end of this month, and by May 5th, jurors will be questioned individually ahead of opening statements, which are set to start May 12th. But a big thing is that Diddy's legal team is reportedly trying to push back, with one specifically saying the defense might ask for a 2-week adjournment over discovery issues, and we have another hearing set for Friday, so we're gonna have to see where all that goes or if it gets delayed or not. But then finally, that brings us to Harvey Weinstein because he is back in court in New York. Right, and this one, it has a bit more background because back in 2020, he was convicted of 2 sex crimes in New York. But as you might remember, last year, that
How many
convictions
sex
overturned by an
crimes do you
appeals court
have,
saying that the
man?
judge unfairly allowed testimony
Is
of
it
witnesses
50?
whose accusations were not
Oh
part of
my
the indictment's
God.
charges. With that news, of course, shocking activists and advocates everywhere because
How
at
many
the time,
countries?
this
How
conviction
many
was
countries?
very,
How many
huge.
sex
The New York
crimes do you
Times
have?
calling it a
And how many
watershed moment for the
countries?
Me Too movement and a crucial test in the effort to hold influential men accountable for sexual misconduct. And then so with that, it wasn't a surprise after it was overturned that the accusers still wanting a new trial. And that new trial, it begins this week and the jury selection starts today. And so in this case, we're going to be hearing from two of the alleged victims who testified back in 2020, as well as an additional accuser who has been added to the case. With many now questioning what this trial is going to be like, right? Especially as you have outlets noting that this is happening at a very different cultural moment than the last one. Or with the last one, it was the height of the Me Too movement, with Weinstein really being the face of it. But that's changed, and you even had one of his lawyers telling Variety that, quote, it's going to be a very different trial. The mob mentality that was so pronounced at his first trial, I think, has subsided. He's going to have the trial that he should have had all along. But then Variety also saying that right-wing commentators like Candace Owens are talking about this case in a way that could sway opinion more in his favor. With people also noting the likes of Joe Rogan, who has a massive audience, even recently mentioned that he was watching her coverage and said,
I watched the first episode of that.
Bro.
Crazy. It's crazy. So you can't believe I'm on Harvey Weinstein's side.
Right, and all of this is playing out as you had Gloria Allred, who's representing one of the accusers in the trial, telling CNN, it's painful to go through the process again about a traumatic event. I commend her. It does take a tremendous amount of courage. I think much of the public was aghast when the conviction was set aside. The women who testified at the last criminal trial, they refused to be ruled by fear. Also, I want to add, part of the reason why the Harvey Weinstein story is so big is because it's not just this New York case, right? They're far from the only allegations. Over 100 women have accused him of some form of misconduct.
100 women?
Allegations, he was previously convicted on sex crime charges in California.
Oh no, just lock him up.
There, though,
just lock him up.
That as well. But also, per the New York Times,
I think there should be this point in this country called, like, there should be a new law introduced called like law of critical mass, where if you currently have 50 rape charges or 50 murder charges, you just go to jail. You just go to jail for life. If you have 30 felonies, you just go to jail for life by road, I think. So we can circumvent all this other stuff about, like, lawfare and all this. Yeah, if you have 30 felonies like Donald Trump, you should just go to jail for life.
He stands a better chance during this second New York trial, saying, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Tomorrow, I walk into court a free man in New York, and I expect to walk out the same way. So
oh
again,
my
this is only in the state of
God.
New York, because, like I said, he faces time on the West Coast. But for now, we'll have to wait to see how this, and really all three of these situations continue to play out. And then, I've got more news for you in just a moment, but first, I gotta say, it's been really cool working with SeatGeek on the $500 weekly giveaway, and seeing how y'all are using your winnings. From concerts and Broadway shows to sporting events, you guys have been absolutely crushing it. And keep in mind, you've got Kendrick Lamar and SZA, Tyler the Creator, Post Malone, Beyonce, Chris Stapleton, just to name a few, on tour. So, if you haven't entered yet,
oh, good.
do it. I mean, next week's winner could be you.
All those artists from 2005.
They are the #1
cool.
rated live event ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and access to a wide array of entertainment. To get
I don't know,
you
Post
and a loved
Malone's
one out of
newer,
the
I
house.
guess.
If you're new to SeatGeek, just scan the QR code and add code Phil for $20 off your first purchase. And then, hey, while you're there, just simply add code PDS to your SeatGeek account and you get $10 off other purchases. Plus, you could be one of our lucky weekly winners. I mean, that's $500 in credit towards any of SeatGeek's 70,000 events. And for everyone, you heard right. If you've used SeatGeek before, you are a SeatGeek veteran, you can still add code PDS, which gets you $10 off any purchase. Plus, again, you'll be entered for your chance at the $500 SeatGeek credit. No purchase necessary. But then, next up from that, we've got to talk about the news that ICE arrested a Columbia student and green card holder at his naturalization interview. And this with reportedly no charges, no warning, and now Trump's DHS wants him deported to Palestine. So according to legal documents challenging the request, Mohsen Madawi was born in a refugee camp in the occupied West Bank and lived there until moving to the US in 2014. Right, and for more than a decade, he's lived here as a permanent resident with a green card, attending Columbia as an undergraduate student with intentions to graduate next month and enroll as a master's degree student at the university's International Affairs School, which he's already been admitted to. And very notably here, following the outbreak of the war in October of 2023, Madawi became a leader of the pro-Palestine student protest movement, helping co-found several groups. But per the legal filings, he stepped back from organizing in March of 2024 before students established encampments and took over buildings on campus. And in interviews at the time, he said that his decision stemmed partly from concerns about his immigration status, but also because of his beliefs as a practicing Buddhist and his desire to build bridges with Jewish and Israeli communities at Columbia. With him also giving an interview with 60 Minutes back in December of 2023, where he spoke about seeing his best friend killed by an Israeli soldier when he was a child and emphasized that he wanted a peaceful end to the conflict, saying, "My motivation comes out of love now, not out of anger, not out of hate." And notably, after that, he became the target of hardline Zionist groups that have been seeking the detention and deportation of pro-Palestine student activists. With this, including one organization called Beitar, which tweeted a video of him back in January and said that he was on their deport list. With his group also going on to tell the Washington Post last month that Madawi was on their short list of 3 people that they were encouraging the Trump administration to deport. Though with that, you had the Department of Homeland Security denying that ICE was working with Beitar. But regardless, after Trump took office, Madawi began fearing for his immigration status, and he asked Colombia to help him find a safe place to live so he wouldn't be arrested by ICE agents. But the school did nothing for him, according to emails reviewed by The Intercept, which also reported that he sheltered in place for over 3 weeks following the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil. And also a big thing here, the outlet which broke the story of Madawi's arrest also seemed to imply that immigration authorities intentionally scheduled his citizenship test so they could take him into custody when he arrived, with Madawi telling The Intercept that he received an email from officials earlier this month notifying him that he was scheduled for a citizenship interview, but then adding that he thought that it might be a trap because he wasn't anticipating the interview to take place until December or January, which lined up with the expected timeline to move his green card status through the naturalization process. In fact, he was so wary that he contacted his representatives in Congress, including Senator Bernie Sanders, to inform them of the situation and ask them to intervene if necessary. And clearly, his fears were legitimate, with Sanders and other representatives issuing a statement saying that when Madawi arrived for his citizenship appointment, he was arrested and removed in handcuffs by plainclothes armed individuals with their faces covered, and calling the move immoral, inhumane, and illegal. With video also posted online showing a handcuffed Madawi being escorted by immigration officials toward a motorcade of vehicles, which took him to an undisclosed location. And as we've seen with other similar arrests, it was not immediately clear where ICE had detained Madawi, leaving his family and lawyers scrambling to locate. Though with that, I'll say notably, his legal team was able to move quickly and file a temporary restraining order to prevent immigration officials from transferring him to a more conservative jurisdiction, which is something we've seen in other cases with the Trump administration specifically trying to move pro-Palestine detainees to Louisiana. But what we saw was a federal judge quickly granting the request to keep him in Vermont, and his legal team was able to confirm that he was still in the state as of Monday afternoon. Now with that, as far as what happens next, that remains unclear because, again, there haven't been any official charges brought against this man. And what's more, ICE and DHS have not made a statement or responded to requests for comments regarding the reason for his arrest or where he's being held. But what we've seen in the petition challenging his arrest is Madawi's lawyer saying that the administration is using an obscure law that gives the Secretary of State power to remove people who pose a threat to foreign policy and national security interests of the U.S. Right? It's the same legal basis they use to detain Khalil and others who have spoken out against Israel, alleging, without evidence, that they have enabled the spread of anti-Semitism. And this is, again, right now, it is unclear what evidence they have against Madawi. And so as a result, his lawyers are accusing the Trump administration of punishing him for free speech related to Palestine in violation of his statutory and due process rights, with one telling reporters, Mohsen Madawi was unlawfully detained today for no reason other than his Palestinian identity. He came to this country hoping to be free to speak out about the atrocities he has witnessed, only to be punished for such speech. And to that point, legal experts have said that this represents a whole new front in the administration's efforts. They're saying that it's highly unusual for authorities to arrest a legal permanent resident who hasn't been charged with a crime while at a naturalization interview. With also a professor and the director of the Immigrants' Rights Clinic at Columbia Law School explaining, the arrest sends a chilling message. No one is safe, and non-U.S. citizens must be silenced. And saying the First Amendment is supposed to protect all people on U.S. soil, regardless of immigration status. But the executive branch is pushing its authority well beyond the system of checks and balances set up by the U.S. Constitution, testing the rule of law, risking our constitutional democracy, and pushing our nation toward authoritarianism. So once again, this appears to be yet another front for a major legal battle, especially because the Trump administration is trying to deport him to Palestine, with Madawi himself telling The Intercept that being forced to return to the West Bank would be kind of a death sentence. And then, on the note of legality and testing the Constitution, that brings us to another related update that I want to hit on today regarding the case of another student who was arrested for pro-Palestine speech, right? Rumeysa Öztürk. Because as we talked about before, she's a Turkish student visa holder at Tufts University who was seen in now viral security footage screaming while being arrested and loaded into a car by plainclothed and masked officers. With that shocking video getting widely condemned by many who argued it looked more like a kidnapping or abduction than an arrest. And this, as you had others alarmed by the Trump administration's reasoning for detaining and deporting Öztürk, noting that the only reason it is cited for its action is the fact that she co-authored an opinion piece in Tufts student newspaper criticizing the university's response to the Gaza war, with the op-ed specifically calling for the university to divest from Israel and, quote, acknowledge the Palestinian genocide, among other things. Now that said, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has insisted that there are other infractions beyond the op-ed, but so far it appears that he hasn't been able to give specific examples or produce any evidence, which actually brings us to the reason that we're talking about her case today, right? Because you have the Washington Post now reporting that just days before her arrest, the State Department issued a memo saying saying it had determined that the Trump administration had no evidence that she engaged in anti-Semitic activities or made public statements supporting a terrorist organization. In fact, the memo allegedly said outright that Rubio didn't have sufficient legal grounds to revoke Ozturk's student visa under the law that gives him the authority to remove people who pose a threat to national security. Now, notably here, the State Department did say that Ozturk could be deported using a different authority that allows the Secretary of State to revoke a visa at their own discretion. But of course, one of the big things is that is not how the Trump administration has painted the arrest, right? You had Rubio and other officials repeatedly saying that she has spread anti-Semitism and supported terrorism. And so you have the Post writing here that the revelation of this memo, quote, raises doubts.
I think I'm going to wander around and investigate all my neighbors. And I will do so with my... Well, I guess I kind of want... I want my horse. What's your problem? Oh, damn it. You get me bombed in my front door again. Okay, we're going to put this horse at risk riding around my neighborhood here. And I will check out each house and see what's in each house. Kratos gift from Washed. There's an armor crafting table here, which is cool. Weapon crafting table. Barrel stand, long desk, sturdy table. Nothing in there. Wow, the houses get bigger, huh? Yeah, you can expand much bigger. Cool. Sandwich sanctum. There's a pet equipment crafting table. So I'm learning that I can like use their tables. Oh, that was fun. So eventually, maybe I can get into this guy's house. Baba Booey. He's got chests, but I can't tell if he's paying upkeep or not. Wow. But it takes months. It takes months. And the chests, yeah, the chests probably don't go away totally right away. But right next door at Baba Booey's, there is a butchery table, which is good to know. And, ooh, an extraction herbologium and an alchemy table. Butchery table. Good to know. I can just run next door and use his tables until I can afford my own. So yep, I learned what all was in the neighbors' houses. Let's see what else is around here. So we've checked out that house. We know that that house is falling apart. We went in that place, the sandwich people. Here's another whole thing. They're closed up. The Way of Kings. They have a chancery. And a guild steward. Wow. Classic Turan Hall. There's a priest here. I didn't know this was here. I don't think I can use her, but you can make a priest, I guess. A lot of buildings over here. I wonder what's up there. Stables. Couple of houses. Ah, there's a house up here. Couple of houses. This is Night Rain. I wish now that I had put some kind of, or sorry, I wish I put the door facing away from the road, and now I'll learn with that stuff. You don't want the door facing the road because they see you going in and out all the time. The horse system works, though. I wish you wouldn't do this, though. I wish you wouldn't follow me out. I told you to fucking stand there. Hurry up. Oh, I guess I can't check, huh? That's alright.
About the public accusations made by the Trump administration as it has sought to justify Ozturk's deportation. And notably, this news came the same day that a judge in Vermont questioned whether the Trump administration would incite a constitutional crisis by refusing to release Ozturk if the court ruled her arrest was illegal. With those comments being made during a hearing about whether to move her case from Louisiana, where she's being detained, to Vermont, where she was located when her lawyers first sued the administration for her arrest. And notably, when the judge implied he might order authorities to move her, lawyers for the Trump administration argued that he lacked the authority to make that call because Congress has given the executive branch broad discretion over immigration. With the judge then responding, if the government then says, oh no, she can't be released because we have a detention order in immigration, which is inviolate, and she's not going to be released, then we're in a constitutional crisis. And then at one point also asking, what if she is right? What if there was a constitutional violation in her arrest? The only remedy she is seeking is release, and you are suggesting that the court has no power to release her. Right, but for now, as the situation continues to evolve with several different cases, we'll have to wait to see what happens. But then Trump's trade war with China just hit new heights, with Bloomberg now reporting that China just ordered its airlines to not take any further deliveries of Boeing jets, according to their sources. And that, in addition to requesting that Chinese carriers stop any aircraft-related purchases from U.S. companies, which of course is just the latest move in the global trade war coming after China boosted retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. up to 125% in response to the tariffs that Trump placed on China. Right? And those can reportedly be as much as 145% on certain products. Right? And this is a pretty big deal because this year alone, Boeing has reportedly delivered 16 planes to China, with 29 remaining, according to one JP Morgan analyst. And the deliveries themselves, they're crucial for Boeing because that's actually the moment they get paid, right? Building the plane first and then getting the money when the finished product is delivered. So China refusing to accept the planes, it means that those deliveries just aren't going to happen. Though it is important to note that there will be some exceptions here. According to Bloomberg, there are 10 Boeing jets that are currently being prepared to enter Chinese fleets. And some of those jets, they had their paperwork and payment handled before the tariff announcement. So you had Bloomberg sources saying that those planes will be allowed to enter China on a case-by-case basis. As of recording, there haven't been any comments from Boeing or Chinese authorities, but over on Truth Social, you had Trump himself accusing China of backing out of, quote, the big Boeing deal that was signed during his first administration. So far, with this news, we've seen the stock down for the day, and of course, this is also just the latest problem for Boeing in the last few years. Sales dropping in the face of fatal crashes and quality concerns, not to mention a labor strike, supply chain disruptions, and the increased regulatory scrutiny because of the previously mentioned quality concerns. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye here, but also, I mean, Trump's rapidly escalating trade war, it's set to have broader effects on more than just one company. With us also seeing Bloomberg reporting that the U.S. economy is on track to lose billions of dollars thanks to boycotts on American goods and foreign tourists staying away. Right, and noting there that plane arrivals by non-citizens, it dropped by 10% in March compared to last year. And looking into specifics, tourism from Germany and Denmark fell by 30%. It's down by 25% for Spain, Norway, Iceland, and Austria, and Canada. Air travel from Canada, it's down over 75% from last year, and that's in addition to a 32% reduction in car travel. And then all of that.
Yep, they're like, what if they don't let us come back? What if they're suddenly just they go race war, and then you can't go back to Canada or whatever, you can't go back to the U.S. or whatever, and they just lock the border or whatever. And the Canadians are terrified of that. They're like, oh no, I don't want to get caught in America. That's where all the drive-bys, the school shootings are, you know?
In addition to growing concerns about the U.S.'s ability to host the Ryder Cup in 2025, the World Cup in 2026, and the Olympics in 2028. But how all of this is going to play out, we'll have to wait to see. I mean, it changes week to week, day to day, moment by moment. And then I'll get to more news in just a moment. But first, have you ever tried something new and immediately think, why didn't I do this sooner? Because that was me months ago after I finally took my buddy's recommendation about taking colostrum. I'd heard about its benefits, stronger immune barriers, better muscle recovery. But to be honest, I was skeptical and I thought it was a little weird. I'm not going to lie there. But now, I mean, I can't imagine my routine without it. And to get more specific, I'm taking Armra colostrum, and I want to give a massive thanks to them for sponsoring today's show. Colostrum is basically nature's OG nutrient-packed superfood that's produced by all mammals in the first 48 to 72 hours after birth. Think peptides, antibodies, antioxidants, everything your body needs to thrive. And Armra is a physician-founded brand that's optimized this powerhouse for humans. One jar, one ingredient, over 1,000 benefits, delivering over 400 functional nutrients in a super digestible form that supports your gut, immune system, cells, and frankly, way more than I can list here. And we could all use a simple tool to strengthen our body's natural defense system against environmental threats. Also great, it comes in unflavored or delicious flavors like vine, watermelon, and blood orange. I just pour this into cold water, or sometimes I just take the powder straight up. So hey, head to tryarmra.com/DeFranco to level up your health, and use code DeFranco at checkout to get 15% off your first order. Just click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen. But then, next up, you're not going to believe this. There is a new report from the nonprofit Fair Tax Foundation that's accusing the 6 world's biggest tech companies, those baby angels, Apple, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Netflix, and Alphabet, of aggressive tax avoidance, or the so-called Silicon Six. And that small handful of corporations reportedly generating a combined $11 trillion of revenue and $2.5 trillion of profits over the past decade. And this is reportedly, when you look at what other companies paid on their profits, their rates averaged out to nearly 30% in the United States and 27% worldwide. But during that same time, the foundation found that the Silicon Six, they only paid 18.8% in combined national and federal corporate taxes on average. And that percentage actually fell to just 16% if you exclude one-off repatriation payments in the US connected to historical tax avoidance. Right, but that means even with the 18.8% rate, the tech giants paid nearly $278 billion less than they would have under average rates of other industries, with the foundation then explaining this gap in a few ways. First off, American corporations enjoy a tax break on foreign-derived intangible income, and of course Silicon Valley's products are the epitome of intangible. Second, their overseas sales get taxed less thanks to lower profit margins and profit shifting to lower tax jurisdictions like Luxembourg. And then third, the companies allegedly inflated their stated tax contributions by $82 billion by including contingent taxes that they didn't expect to actually pay. And so with all of that, you had the foundation's head, Paul Monahan, concluding the Silicon Six's corporate income tax contributions are, in percentage terms, way below what sectors such as banking and energy are paying in many parts of the world. And adding, our analysis would indicate that tax avoidance continues to be hardwired into corporate structures. But this is not all corporations are at the same level of bad, according to the report. With the finding, for example, that Netflix paid the lowest tax rate on its profits at just 14.7%, while Microsoft paid the highest at 20.4%. Though to be fair, there are legit reasons why one company might pay a lower rate than another, so you actually have to analyze its conduct to see how it's playing ball. And notably, by that metric, Amazon reportedly comes in last. Now there, I'll say in its defense, you have an Amazon spokesperson telling The Independent, tax is paid on profit, not revenue. Amazon is primarily a retailer with low profit margins, so comparisons to technology companies with much higher operating profit margins are deeply flawed. But notably, the foundation's analysis compared the Silicon Six to companies earning equivalent profits, so that objection is debatable. Also, you had the report noting that these tech giants, as well as the larger-than-life personalities who head them, they convert their economic power into political power. Whether it's Jeff Bezos turning the Washington Post into a propaganda mill for exclusively pro-free market opinion pieces, or Mark Zuckerberg realigning Meta's content moderation policy to suit Donald Trump's preferences, or both men, as well as people like Tim Cook, attending Trump's inauguration in January, apparently currying favor with the new administration. And in addition to that, you have the foundation finding that the Silicon Six, they spent $115 million directly lobbying the governments in the United States and Europe in 2024. And while it's true that companies like Apple, they're hurt severely by Trump's tariffs, it's also true, according to The Guardian, that the White House is using the tariffs as leverage to get the UK to cut taxes on American tech giants. With one of the key things to remember being that more tech titans than Elon Musk appear to hold sway in Washington. And there have been and there will continue to be new and different ways that we see all of that play out. But then let's switch gears from that and give you some good news to help keep you sane today. And with that, I want you to meet Tammy Consier. Because recently, Tammy and her son Leo, they were out to lunch in Pittsburgh at a little place called Eaton Park. And their server just so happened to be an 81-year-old woman by the name of Betty. And Tammy overheard her tell another table that she can't afford to retire, saying that she needs to work because her bills cost her more than the $900 a month she gets in Social Security. And Tammy, who's an esthetician and a TikToker, decided to do something about it. And so she whips out her phone, she makes a video, and she promises that every cent made on that video from TikTok's creator fund would go to Betty. And then on top of that, she also left Betty all the cash that she had on her as a tip, a total of $40.
This is for you. We heard you say you can't retire yet.
I know.
So we gave you a little extra.
Thank you. No, I mean, I worked all my life and as a waitress and still can't retire.
I'm sorry. I feel so terrible. So does he. Yeah. How old are you? Oh, I shouldn't ask that. Sorry.
I'm 18. I'm 81.
Oh my goodness. You look great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I can still outdo these young whippersnappers.
But then here's the thing, Tammy's video absolutely blows up, with tons of people flooding the comment section asking about a GoFundMe and other ways they could help. With Tammy telling People Magazine, honestly, I didn't think about a GoFundMe. I thought maybe I'd make $100 from TikTok. But what an idea it was, because once the fundraiser was launched, it immediately took off, and within a week, it made over $300,000. And this
$300,000.
Thousands from Venmo and Cash App, another $1,000 from TikTok.
Oh, they bought her a fifth wheel so she can sit around and retire, like me. That's beautiful. I was able to do what I did with like $38,000, I believe. She had something like 10 times that. She's gonna have an okay life now. She's gonna be able to retire.
Also, I want to note that, we don't have any pictures or videos of Betty because she told Tammy that she'd prefer to keep her face off camera as much as possible. And, Tammy has respected that wish for privacy, but Tammy did also record the call that she had with Betty to share some of the details and tell her how much had been raised after just a few days.
How much is it?
Right now it's at $140,000.
What, $140,000?
Yes.
I guess I better get a financial advisor.
I guess I better get a financial advisor.
So, right?
Oh my God, $140,000.
Yeah, I know.
You're God.
Also, throughout this process, Tammy herself learned more about Betty and shared more. So it turns out that Betty has been working tirelessly her entire life to support children on her own after her husband passed away when they were young. With Tammy telling People Magazine she's so deserving. Hearing stories from her coworkers about how giving she's been her whole life make me feel even better about what we're doing. And the total amount that's been raised for this woman as of right now is over $330,000, and Tammy's now working with an attorney to get it set up as a trust fund so it won't impact Betty's Social Security. With Tammy adding there, I wanted to do this the right way. It's more complicated than I anticipated, but it's worth it. Well, right now we don't know how Betty specifically plans on using the funds. Reportedly, she plans on prioritizing taking care of herself and family. And so today, Tammy and
rent and groceries, right? You set up. I can tell you exactly what you do with the $300,000, right? You go on down to your landlord's office. You only have her for 5 minutes. This is one of the reasons why I never have any money either. You go on down to the landlord's office and you slap down 20 years worth of rent, or you ask him if you can just outright buy the place or something, right? And they're like, oh, we can't sell it to you for $300,000. It's like, all right, that's okay. Well, here's 20 years of rent. And they're like, you understand that is, that's like $300,000. You're like, yeah, here's 20 years of rent. I just want to be able to sit around and stuff. And then you live off the Social Security. I thought about this stuff like this all of my life when I was a taxi driver. I was like, how can I play MMORPGs for the rest of my life and live the life that I want to live without, seeming like a lazy person, without seeming like, somebody who, didn't have a life or whatever.
They are BAMFs of the day. Tammy for going out of her way to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for a complete stranger. And Betty, because she's been a hard worker, and I also just respect most of my elders. And I hope you enjoy, because Tammy's right. You absolutely deserve it. But then, finally today, let's talk about y'all's comments on yesterday's show and some commentary brought to you by BeautifulBastard.com, where if you missed it yesterday, you gotta get in on this new April drop that went live yesterday. With a brand new, it's fine, everything's fine that I'm wearing, but there's also a light version. One day we'll all be skeletons, more like fun, productive, and one minor inconvenience away from losing my shit. And right now, if you use code TARIFS, you'll actually get 10% off. But with that said, diving into yesterday's comments, we actually got a comment I did not expect, and that is that Doug from our BAMF of the Day story. He actually hit me up saying, I just watched your show and I was floored when I heard you make me your BAMF of the Day. My GoFundMe has received over $15,000 in new donations today, and I'm sure a lot of it is because of you. Again, thank you enough for your generous donation, and especially your kind words and shout out on your show. With Doug then separately asking, do you know anyone from Mazda USA? My Malibu is running rough. I'm a huge fan of the CX-50, which I gotta say, no, I do not know anyone over there. My experience with Mazda has just been ruining an RX-8. But hey, I'll try to use my megaphone. If anyone from Mazda is watching, there's a cool opportunity to do a good thing and, hey, get some good press. But then, in addition to that, there were a lot of comments and conversation, understandably, around Trump and Bukele. There was a lead story yesterday. It was a standout one. And with that, some of the most liked comments were saying he will deport homegrown criminals while being a 34-count convicted felon is wild as hell. America can't be a real place. Along with took all of 3 months to go from we are a nation of laws to we don't like some laws, so we're going to pretend that they're not a thing. What a freaking joke. And you had Steve essentially condensing the back and forth, saying, quote, we acknowledge this man is not a terrorist and shouldn't be there, but I'm not going to release a terrorist from prison. I don't have the power to do that in the country of which I am the only authority figure. James then responding, when two dictators can't bring this man home, I'm left wondering who can. Which, yeah, it's funny, when I want to do a thing, I have all the power, but when I don't want to do a thing, my hands are tied. Or like there's a form to do the thing that I should definitely be doing, but like we're all out of paper and or ink. And the Wi-Fi is down in the White House, so we can't DocuSign it. I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll get to it. Allo also just saying, quote, "It got worse" is now a permanent headline, which, yeah, I'm gonna have to start getting more specific with those. You know, these comments, they're just a small taste of the full smattering. You can pause here if you want to see any of the others that I'm not covering word for word. But then also, in addition to that, there was a lot of really interesting conversations and interesting comments around the being declared dead falsely story.
Being declared dead
falsely can really grind your life to a halt. Saying I share a first, middle, and last name with my father and my late grandfather. When my grandfather died, a death hold was placed on my student loans because the person who did the paperwork for the loans didn't add my suffix to the forms. I was a year delinquent on that loan because I could not give the bank money for the loan. I called the bank countless times, but I was just told the system was down because they could pull up information on what I owed. Because of that,
I am looking for, what is this called? It's Shroud of the Avatar. Nope, that's not on this, huh?
my credit score took a massive hit that took a decade to repair. This was an administrative error on just my loan. I shudder to think what my life would have been like if I was dead to all federal agencies. How would you even start to fix that? But then also adding, fun fact, being dead did not stop the collection calls. Can't let a little thing like death stop the banks from squeezing you dry. But then the final two comments I'll hit on. One, we got a different kind of good news. We had Madison Rose saying a happy story to share. I got engaged today. I introduced my fiance to the PDS when we first started dating, and now it's part of our daily routine, which of course just confirms what I've been saying for years. The couple that gets filled in together stays together. And then finally, Attila the Dunn said, I like the deep dives, felt like important info that couldn't be normally fit into the show. Thanks, Phil and team. Which actually brings me to an ask for those still watching the show. I'm thinking the most dedicated and/or the people that accidentally left the show on. Can you share today's show? Like, take the link. I don't care if you post it on X, Instagram, Blue Sky, you text it to your mom, your dad. Last week, while it was appreciated by like 60% of the audience, it fucked us on the YouTube algorithm. If you just did that small thing, I think it would get us back into the regular flow as far as how the YouTube algorithm treats us. Either way, it's going to be fine. I knew there was a possible risk with testing something like that last week, but just throwing it out there. You know, whether you do that or you don't, that's the end of today's show. But hey, don't worry. You're going to see my dumb face again very, very soon. Because remember, I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Here's a forgotten history from 12 minutes ago. You got big fast. I'm noticing that almost anything that I watch pretty much goes like it just blows up. I don't think that has anything to do with me. I think it's the algorithm.
She was found in a vacant lot, sliced clean in half, drained of blood, and arranged like a broken porcelain doll. Her face carved into a sadistic smile. There was no blood at the scene, only silence and questions. She was rumored to be an aspiring actress drawn to the promise of Hollywood. What she found instead was a nightmare that would echo through history. It was 1947. There was no DNA testing, no surveillance cameras, no digital trail to follow, just fingerprints, shoe leather, and intuition. And in this case, none of it was enough. The investigation would become one of the most infamous in American history. Dozens of suspects, hundreds of confessions, and still no one brought to justice. So who was the Black Dahlia? What really happened in the days leading up to her murder? And why, after all these years, does her case continue to haunt Los Angeles like a ghost that refuses to rest? Hello, I'm Colin Heaton, former history professor, Army and Marine Corps veteran, and welcome to this episode of Forgotten History.
Oh yeah, Absolver. That's a good game.
The Black Dahlia murder refers to the 1947 killing of 22-year-old Elizabeth Short in Los Angeles, a case that remains one of the most infamous unsolved crimes in American history. Elizabeth Short was an aspiring actress who had moved to California seeking opportunities in Hollywood. She was born on July 29, 1924 in Boston, Massachusetts. Later dubbed the Black Dahlia by the press for her rumored penchant for sheer black clothes and for the Blue Dahlia movie out at that time. She grew up in a suburb of Boston with her parents and 4 sisters. When she was 6 years old, the family was financially wiped out following the 1929 stock market crash, and her father mysteriously disappeared. His car was later found abandoned on the Charlestown Bridge, where he was believed to have taken his own life.
Aw.
At age 16, Short suffered from respiratory condition and had surgery. Her doctor believed that a milder climate would help improve her health and recommended that she leave for a warmer climate. As a result, she spent the winters in Florida with family friends. Short dropped out of high school and continued to visit her friends in Florida, where she stayed for a while. The family received a great shock when Short's mother received a letter from her father in 1942, apologizing for leaving the family. He told them that he had moved to Northern California and started a new life there. Elizabeth Short decided to go to California to join him after she turned 18, but the relationship fell apart and she moved out in early January 1943 and relocated to Santa Barbara, where she applied for a job as a checkout clerk at the Camp Cook Commissary in California in January 1943. In July, she was arrested by the Santa Barbara police for underage drinking and sent home to her mother in Boston.
Good for her.
But she briefly returned to Florida for her health before she decided to return to LA, where the weather was less humid but still warm, in the hope of becoming an actress. Before her death, Short lived in multiple locations throughout the city while working various jobs. The post-murder investigation produced several men who stated they enjoyed Short's company, taking her on as dates and offering her gifts. She always struggled financially, never having a steady job, but somehow managed to pay her rent on time. No one really knew her.
I
As
know
she
the
had no one
feeling.
She called a friend. Those who did know her to some degree did not know much about her life. Her roommates, the bartenders, and the hotel clerks all came up with the same story, that she was secretive, never one to confide. She never said what she was really doing, or who she was really going out with, or where she was really going. In December 1946, she told friends that she was afraid to stay there but never explained why. She left LA for San Diego and met another young woman named Dorothy French, who allowed her to stay with her family. During this period, Short explained that she was hiding from an ex-boyfriend out of fear without any other explanation. French later stated to police that several weeks into Short's arrival, 2 men and a woman came to the home looking for her. Upon hearing about the visitors, Short became very frightened and panicky, refusing to see them. They eventually left, and then she decided to relocate once again. On January 8, 1947, Short left San Diego, headed back to LA with a traveling salesman she had been seeing. She was dropped off at the Biltmore Hotel, where she told the man she would be meeting her sister, although later her sister, Virginia, told authorities they had not arranged to see each other and had not even spoken. According to the investigation, hotel employees stated that Short made several telephone calls in the lobby that very evening and appeared to be extremely panicked. Then she left the hotel around 10 p.m., and that was when the last confirmed sighting of Elizabeth Short being seen alive by the hotel staff. Where she went and if she met anyone is still unknown, although police officer Merle McBride reported afterward that he had seen her on January 14th before she was killed. McBride related that the woman, whom he believed to be Short, approached her sobbing in terror and claimed that someone threatened to kill her. Short appeared too shaken up to return to a bar she had been in to retrieve her purse, so McBride accompanied her. By then, the man she feared was gone, and McBride then left Short alone. Later, McBride said that he saw Short exiting the same bar with 2 men and a woman, and the officer checked in on her and she appeared to be fine at the time. Other people claimed to have seen her as well that night after the story broke, but nothing was confirmed. The next morning, January 15, 1947, a mother taking her child for a walk came across the body of a young naked woman in a vacant lot in the Limerick Park neighborhood, just a few feet from the sidewalk. The corpse was sliced clean in half at the waist, the internal organs were removed and posed in such a way that the mother reportedly thought it was a mannequin at first glance. Nearby was an empty bag of cement. The police responded to the gruesome scene. What they saw defied explanation. Being so disfigured, authorities knew that they would be unable to share photos of the body with the public. But despite the massive mutilation and cuts to the body, there wasn't a drop of blood at the scene, indicating that the young woman had been killed elsewhere and left at the present scene. Soon, the paparazzi arrived and had to be kept away from the crime scene. When the coroner later examined the body, he ruled that the cause of death was due to hemorrhaging from the lacerations to Short's face and the shock from the repeated strikes to her head. The severity and nature of the crime captured widespread media attention, and newspapers dubbed her the Black Dahlia in reference to the 1946 film noir The Blue Dahlia and her preference for black clothing. The ensuing investigation was led by the LA Police Department, but the FBI was asked to assist. Being fingerprinted and photographed in the past, the FBI quickly identified the body after just 56 minutes by getting blurred fingerprints via sound photo, a primitive teletype fax machine used by news services from Los Angeles. Short's prints appeared twice in the FBI's massive collection of more than 100 million on file at that time, from when she applied for the job on the Army base in California and when she was arrested for underage drinking. They also had her mugshot from the LAPD and provided it to the press, and also allowed an artist from the Los Angeles Examiner to sketch a recreation of the unidentified woman. The day after Short was found dead and the story was printed, the Examiner sold the most copies it ever had since World War II ended. Although the LAPD had several leads into Short's death, including handwritten notes delivered from the supposed killer, no one was ever charged. In support of LA police, the FBI ran records checks on potential suspects and conducted interviews across the nation. In the early days before forensic investigation, authorities had early suspicions that the murderer may have had skills in dissection, such as a surgeon or a butcher, because the body was so cleanly cut. FBI agents were also asked to check out a group of students at the University of Southern California Medical School. Some suspects seemed better than others, and one was nightclub owner Mark Hansen, no relation to Detective Mark Hansen, who knew Short. The police and FBI thought that they had a potential break in the case. Fingerprints were found on one of the anonymous letters, so the FBI searched for a match to fingerprints, but the prints weren't in FBI files. Despite extensive investigations by the Los Angeles Police Department and assistance from the FBI, months passed, and the investigation continued, and the police continued to rule out suspects. Still, the media continued to extensively cover the murder with baseless claims just to sell newspapers. In 1949, a grand jury was convened to discuss the inability of LAPD's homicide unit to solve many unsolved murders in the city, during which Short's death was further investigated. In front of the grand jury, Detective Harry Hansen, who was assigned to the case, said in a sworn testimony that he still believed a medical man was behind the crime because of how Short's body was severed. The case quickly became a cold case, and it was officially closed in 1950, but occasionally cold case detectives would open the evidence folder and take a crack at it. But newspapers would go on to cover the case in a sensational manner for months following the investigation, with various slants on the story and related items making front-page news for 31 consecutive days on the cover of the Los Angeles Record. Over the many decades, dozens of individuals have been considered suspects, and for some insane reason, more than 500 people have confessed to the crime, although none of these confessions have led to a conviction due to various conflicts with the evidence. One of the most discussed and viable suspects is Dr. George Hodel, a physician and a gynecologist with his practice in Los Angeles at that time. His own son, Steve Hodel, himself a retired LAPD detective, spent years conducting extensive investigations into the cold case and believes his father was the murderer. Steve Hodel's reasoning was his father's medical knowledge, which would have been required for such a complicated procedure. Hodel firmly believed his father was responsible due to many other unsolved crimes that sort of fit the mold of the Black Dahlia murder, but not as gruesome. Dr. Hodel was known to throw lavish parties for Hollywood's rich and famous and was rumored to have dated Short before her death. Hodel was initially labeled a suspect in 1949 after he was arrested for allegedly sexually assaulting his teenage daughter. Although he was acquitted of that charge, he became a potential suspect in the Black Dahlia case and was listed as one of the few remaining primary suspects when the case was discussed before a grand jury later that year. During that time, authorities wiretapped Hodel's home and recorded him making jarring statements, appearing to even confess to the murder of his former secretary, Ruth Spaulding, whose death was officially ruled a drug overdose in 1945, as well as suspicious comments that Hodel made about Short's murder. In one chilling recording, Hodel said, "Supposing I did kill the Black Dahlia, they couldn't prove it now. They can't talk to my secretary anymore because she's dead. I killed her? Maybe I did kill my secretary." Dr. Hodel, being under intense public scrutiny, eventually relocated to the Philippines, living there for the next 4 decades. Much of the information about his status as a suspect in that case was not publicly known until his son, Steve, a former LAPD detective himself and later a private investigator, began looking into his father's involvement in the murder. When Dr. Hodel died in 1999, Steve found what he believed was a photo of Short and his father's belongings. While it has remained unconfirmed if the photo is actually Short, it began Steve's inquiry into her murder. In his years of research and investigation, Steve has come across other pieces of evidence tying his father to the murder, including 5 witnesses in newspapers describing him as Short's boyfriend. Steve Hodel also had a handwriting expert examine the old letters sent to the police and his father's handwriting and discovered undeniable similarities between the letters and his father's writing. He also found receipts for bags of cement purchased by his father just days before Short's death, the same brand of cement as the empty bag of cement found near her corpse. Then, in 2018, Steve told the South Pasadena that he had uncovered a 70-year-old letter from a former police informant who had written that Short was killed by a man named G.H. Although the LAPD looked into Steve's research, they never pursued his leads. He believes his father was friendly with certain officers and that they were protecting him during the investigation. Still, some officials believe that Steve may have cracked the case. It was enough circumstantial evidence in today's world to file charges. "I told Steve if his father was still alive, I would have filed murder charges against him," said LA Deputy District Attorney Steve Kay in a People interview. His evidence was very persuasive. However, despite his personal investigation, no definitive evidence has surfaced supporting the claims, and the LAPD has not pursued further action based on these claims. Despite the passage of time and various investigative efforts, the Black Dahlia murder remains an unsolved mystery and a cold case that detectives are still working on today, continuing to intrigue and haunt the public imagination. Through the years, people have continued to investigate this case, including Detective Hansen, who diligently searched for Short's killer for 23 years until his retirement. He then went into private investigation. As he stated, "My only regret is that I never solved the murder of Elizabeth Short," in his interview with United Press International. Thank you for watching this episode of Forgotten History. If you liked what you saw, please click like, share, and subscribe. And if you would like to assist with the ever-increasing cost of production, please consider becoming a channel member and joining our Patreon page.
This was good. I didn't know the whole Black Dahlia thing. I knew, and I've heard the case before, but I never heard, like, all the details.
You're
Autopilot
watching
jumping.
Northern Crimes.
Wait, no. Yep, I want to cue you, and I want to cue you, and I want you to play.
You're watching
Moving to
Northern
Stargate.
Crimes.
Warp drive active.
The Pacific Northwest is a place of contrasts. Towering evergreens stretch toward the sky, their dark silhouettes framing mist-covered mountains. Rushing rivers carve through deep valleys, while quiet logging roads disappear into the wilderness. It's a landscape both beautiful and unforgiving, a place where the solitude of nature can feel peaceful one moment and ominous
Approaching
the
Stargate.
next. Tucked within this vast expanse is Snohomish County, Washington, a region known for its rugged landscapes, small towns, and sprawling forests. But for all its quiet charm, something dark lingers in the air, a history of violence. For decades, bodies have surfaced in its woods, its ravines, its forgotten back roads. Victims whose last moments were stolen in the dead of night. Their killers, some lurking in plain sight, others vanishing without a trace, left behind questions that would haunt investigators for years. Some cases remained mysteries for decades, their answers buried beneath layers of time. Others were solved only through sheer determination and the breakthroughs of forensic science. But in every case, one truth remains. Evil can hide anywhere, even here.
Autopilot
This
jumping.
is the true story of the Snohomish murders, and this is Northern Crimes.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
August 23rd, 1972, Bothell, Washington. The afternoon sun filters through the trees as 20-year-old Jody Loomis pedals along a quiet road, tires of her bike kicking up dust on the rural path. She's heading to the stable to visit her horse, a trip she's made countless times before. The wooded trails feel familiar, safe. But today, someone is watching. Somehow, a pleasant afternoon turns to terror. Jody never makes it to the stable. Hours later, a couple out target shooting stumbles upon a horrifying sight. Her body discarded in the woods. Her life taken in a brutal and senseless attack. Her murder will remain unsolved for nearly 5 decades. Who crossed her path that day? And how did her killer walk free for so long, hiding in plain sight? From the moment Jody Loomis could walk, she was drawn to horses. She spent hours at the stable, brushing their
Autopilot
coats, talking
jumping.
to them gently. It was her escape, her passion. She had big dreams, but for now, she was content riding the back roads of Bothell, Washington, where she lived with her family.
Warp
Jody
into
was
station.
adventurous, independent,
drive
and full of
active.
life. She was the kind of person who made an impression, kind to animals, fiercely determined, and unafraid to carve her own path. But in one violent moment, all that came to an end. On August 23rd, 1972, Jody set off on her bike toward Strum Road, where her horse was kept. Around 5 p.m., she was
Approaching
last seen
station.
crossing the Bothell-Everett Highway, pedaling up Penny Creek Road, now Mill Creek Road. Somewhere along the route, she met her killer. Less than 30 minutes later, a couple out target shooting in the woods made a gruesome discovery. Jody was found partially clothed, suffering from a gunshot wound to the head.
That's fucked up.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I'll be
Docking
right
permission
back. I'm
requested.
going to put something in the microwave.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
They're fighting, right? Yeah. I like these because they cast a lot of sleep Ga. They don't really cast a lot of elemental spells, so they're a lot safer to fight too. They pay like some of the best money in the game, but they're a lot safer to fight. Other things will just crit you for 4. Well, not hit you, but they'll like Blizzaga 3, Blizzaga 3, Blizzaga 3, and you're like, oh god, that's 1600 damage in the space of 45 seconds. There's no way I could have recovered, you know. And that's one of the reasons I like the Dark Elementals. They don't do fucking Blizzaga that pones you and leaves you on the like. I've died to Elementals way too much this month.
She was rushed to Stevens Memorial Hospital, but it was too late. Jody Loomis was pronounced dead. Investigators found no murder weapon, no witnesses, no immediate suspects. The case stalled, and over time, it grew cold. For decades, Jody's case remained a mystery. Investigators had collected biological evidence, but DNA technology was still in its infancy. Leads dried up. Time passed. The case faded into history. Then, in 2008, forensic advancements...
So I'm hungry. I'm going to have something to eat. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, that's a drink. Yep. Okay, we'll have some sausage. Okay, there we go.
Changed everything. A crime lab technician re-examined Jody's hiking boot and found semen evidence that had gone unnoticed for decades.
Uh-oh.
The DNA was analyzed, but there was no match in national databases. 10 more years passed before detectives turned to a new tool in forensic science, genetic genealogy. In 2018, a private forensic team at Parabon Nanolabs uploaded the DNA profile to GEDmatch, a public genealogy database. By tracing distant relatives, genealogists built a family tree that led investigators to one man, Terrence Miller, a retired heavy equipment operator who ran a ceramics business with his wife. But Miller wasn't just an ordinary retiree. He had a dark past. Accusations of sexual violence dating back to the 1960s. So detectives placed him under surveillance, and eventually they retrieved a discarded coffee cup from a casino he visited. When the DNA on the cup matched the sample from Jody's boot,
Tuwala
the
lip
case that had been cold for nearly 50 years was suddenly red hot. In April 2019, Miller, now
Tuwala lip. And the Tuwala lip. Oh my god.
77 years old,
I used to hang out.
Was arrested and charged with...
I used to hang out at that casino they mentioned, the Tuwala Lip Casino. I used to get really high on meth with my friends, my drug dealer circle. And after we were done doing business, we would go down to the casino from 3 till like 7 in the morning. Real high on meth and just play the fucking VLTs, you know?
first-degree murder. Justice was finally within reach. The trial had brought decades of unanswered questions to light. Prosecutors laid out the forensic evidence. Investigators recounted their pursuit of the truth, and Jody's family sat in the courtroom, waiting for justice at last. But just hours before the jury could deliver its verdict, on November 9th, 2020, Terrence Miller took his own life. His conviction was announced later that same day.
Wow.
For Jody's family, the verdict confirmed what they'd always believed, but Miller's death meant he would never truly face justice. Jody's case is a testament to the power of forensic science and the frustration of justice delayed. Her murder...
Wow. I'll be right back.
was finally solved. But how many others remain
2 cheddar brats
unanswered?
Bratwursts. Oh, it's still Dark Elemental season, but no respawns yet. If any are back, it'll be at the beginning of it. Oh, did I go to the southern one? I didn't go to the southern one, though. And these aren't respawned yet. Just gonna go to the southern one anyways.
Waiting for technology to catch up with the past. August 14th, 1977, Everett, Washington.
Everett.
The scent of wild blackberries lingers in the warm summer air as a group of berry pickers moves through the dense brush. They chat casually, their hands reaching for ripe fruit, tangled in the brambles, and then someone stops. A shape lies twisted in the undergrowth. At first, it seems out of place, just another piece of debris discarded in the woods. But as they step closer, the truth becomes horrifyingly clear. A young woman's body, partially concealed in the brush, unrecognizable from decay and violence. There's no ID, no wallet, nothing to hint at who she was or where she came from. For the next 43 years, she'll be known only as Precious Jane Doe, a name given to her by the detectives who refused to forget. But who was she, and why had someone gone to such brutal lengths to erase her identity? Her name was Elizabeth Ann Roberts, but those who knew her called her Lisa. Born in Hood River, Oregon in 1959, Lisa was adopted at age 2 and raised in Roseburg by Troy and Dolly Roberts. She played the flute in her high school band, loved music, and was known for her quiet kindness. At 17 years old, she was at a crossroads. In the summer of 1977, a disagreement with her parents, one of those fleeting arguments that feel monumental in the moment, prompted Lisa to run away from home. Her father reported her as a runaway, but her family believed she would return, and for a moment, it seemed like she might. A few weeks later, Lisa called home from Everett, Washington. She asked for money. Her parents wired her $500 to a local bank, but days passed and she never picked it up. That was the last time anyone heard from Lisa Roberts. Days after making the call, Lisa was last seen hitchhiking along the Bothell-Everett Highway. What happened next would remain a mystery for decades. When her body was discovered on August 14th, investigators...
I don't know. I think if you're a woman and you're hitchhiking in the 70s, I don't know.
Had almost nothing to go on.
Especially the I-5 corridor where the Green River Killer worked, you know?
No identification, no missing persons report that matched.
Not that it's their fault that does any of this stuff happen, just, you know, but I mean, it's not that much of a mystery, though.
The violence inflicted on her face made...
One of the things they warn me about, I know, because you know what comes to my mind is the first week that I came, well, I'm sorry, the first week, I moved out here in 2015 the first time, and then I came back out in 2021 again, and I'm here permanently. But when I lived here in 2015 for a couple of years, I worked Yellow Cab out here. And the day that I got my job at Yellow Cab, I did an interview with my boss, Ron, and he was a nice old cabbie from the Haight-Ashbury days of San Francisco, and I got along with him pretty well because I was a hippy-dippy type. And
approaching Stargate.
Where am I going with this? So I was doing my interview with him, and it was going well. And he was like, have any of the guys mentioned... Because usually it's like somebody recommends their friend or something, and he's like, have any of the guys mentioned anything about the murder? And I was like, murder? And he was like, oh, yeah, so I gotta warn you, taxi drivers tend to get in violent scuffles. And he's like, either you get robbed, or you get in a fight with a passenger, or just the worst thing happens, which is just something random happens. And he was like, and I'm going to use an example here so you understand what I mean. Just 3 weeks ago, one of my guys was riding south on the I-5 corridor, and there's somebody got in the back of his taxi and took a ride and slit the driver's throat on the highway. Now the taxi driver killed the guy, killed him after he slit his throat. But my boss Ron was like, am I saying that this is going to happen to you? No. He was like, statistically, it's like a 0.0003% chance, something like that. He's like, statistically, you can pull all the stats on the Google. I'm sure you're going to be worried about what I said, but he's like, you're going to hear these horror stories about what happens to taxi drivers out here. And I never really forgot what he said about that, especially the part about the fucking taxi driver who got his throat slit out here on this corridor that they're talking about, I-5, and it doesn't make, it's not a mystery to me that this poor lady disappeared, because when you're on the corridor, I've even done it before on my stream. I've driven the corridor on my stream all the way south to places like as close to as like Portland and shit. and on stream and IRL stream and stuff. And on that corridor at night, at certain times, you don't see anybody as far as the eye can see. So what happens out there is up to just you and whoever else is on the road. That's it. Colorado's often the same way. So killers tend to work the I-5 corridor and I-25 and shit like that. It's fucked up, but I mean, it is true. Because, like, those pipelines, like, the cops can't do anything. And plus these lot lizards and these, like, you know, hippie chicks and people that are just, like, roaming the fucking country and stuff, they hitchhike all the time and they go missing. And that doesn't surprise me, because out there, what would stop some crazy psycho killer type from just making you disappear? They can even pull the truck over on the side of the fucking highway and leave you in the fucking ditch there. And maybe nobody ever does find you. Maybe nobody ever sees you, you know?
Recognition impossible. The medical examiner estimated she was between...
And we know that these weird, creepy, you know, Jeffrey Dahmer types and all this, we know that they work these corridors and shit. They move all over the country all the time. They move all the time. And they travel these corridors looking for loose people, like these women that travel and hitchhike and stuff like that. Or they're just selling sex at the truck stop and shit like this. And nobody ever mentions anything. Nobody ever says anything when they go missing. It's fucking fucked up. In Mexico, it's even worse problem. They have all these, like, crazy corridors. They, like, if it's not the border, there's, like, nobody out there. It's like a desert. So anything goes. So one of the things about Mexico that really scares me is I know, I've been down there enough to know that between the towns is nothing but desert. And the desert will waste you. The desert is scary. If there's something on the planet that I fear, it's the desert. You know?
25 and 35 years old. A miscalculation that would delay...
It's not that I fear, I respect it.
...delay her identification for years. Detectives scoured missing persons databases, but there was no match. With no leads, Lisa was buried in an unmarked grave at Cypress Lawn Memorial Park.
Wow.
She became just another Jane Doe. A life without answers. A case without closure. Though Lisa's identity remained a mystery, her killer...
You can see it. You can see it in her eyes. There's no mystery. She's high on cocaine. She's high on speed. She sells sex. She's going up and down the corridor offering sex for rides and just seeing what drugs people have and you know, who will get her high, see if she can meet a nice dealer or fall in love with her, kind of thing. Trust me, I know the type. They're my type, you know.
Couldn't keep his crime a secret. In the weeks following the murder, an Everett man bragged to a friend, describing how he'd picked up a hitchhiker, strangled her, and shot her multiple times.
Why?
His friend was disturbed, so he went to police. Detectives quickly honed in on the suspect, a 20-year-old local man with a history of violence. When they searched his vehicle, they found a .22 caliber rifle, ammunition, and bungee cords, items eerily similar to the ones used in the murder. But there was one problem. They couldn't prove that the young woman he'd confessed to killing was Precious Jane Doe. Months passed before ballistics testing confirmed what detectives suspected. The bullets found in her skull matched his rifle. In January 1979, police arrested the man for murder. His name was David Roth. Later that year, he was convicted and sentenced to 26 years in prison. But as the years progressed, he never revealed her name. Lisa's family had no idea her killer had already been brought to justice, and for decades, the truth remained buried with her. Despite the conviction, investigators never stopped searching for Jane Doe's identity. In 2008, her body was exhumed, and forensic artists created new reconstruction sketches in hopes of sparking recognition, but no one came forward. Then, forensic science caught up to the past. In 2020, Snohomish County detectives turned to genetic genealogy. Forensic experts, including Dr. Barbara...
You know, it's odd. There's a Pacific Northwest nerd dialect. This guy's got it in spades. I know, because you know, it's funny. I was just thinking about this. I had to sit at the DMV today for like an hour and 40 minutes because of the stupid ass new ID. Well, not stupid ass thing, but it's just, you know, the way that it inconvenienced me, it was stupid. But I had to go get my new real ID because I travel this summer to go see my aunt. And I sat there for like an hour and 45 minutes, and this waspy nerd was just talking to some old lady. And he was probably about 15 years younger than me, something like that. And he was just sitting there talking for like an hour. And he had a loud voice, but they sound like this. They sound waspy and a little bit nasal. And they're often monotone.
Ray Venter worked to extract DNA from Jane Doe's remains, but there was a problem. Traditional DNA.
This is exactly how that guy sounded today. The way this guy sounds is exactly how that guy sounded today when I was sitting at the DMV. I had to listen while this like dude. It was annoying, but it wasn't like something to bother me. It was just like, you know, it was a fact that I noted, or you know, something that I noticed was that like he and this lady were talking for like an hour, and his nasal dialect bothered me, and this guy's does too for some reason.
Testing required hair roots, and her remains contained only decades-old, rootless hair strands. That's when Dr. Richard Green, a biomolecular engineer, developed a groundbreaking technique, one that could sequence degraded DNA from old hair strands. It worked. Lisa's DNA profile was uploaded to GEDmatch, where genealogists built a family tree. After 43 years, it led them to her biological half-brother. On June 16, 2020, Snohomish County detectives made the announcement. Precious Jane Doe was Lisa Roberts. Lisa's killer had long since served his time, but he never answered for the final cruelty of keeping her nameless for so long. By the time Lisa was identified,
he was like
David
85.
Roth had been dead for 5 years.
Oh my
succumbing
God.
to cancer in 2015, on the exact anniversary of the day he murdered her. Lisa's family, both adoptive and biological, was stunned. After 43 years of silence, they finally had an answer. She was laid to rest in Hood River, Oregon, near the loved ones who'd never stopped searching for her. For decades, her name was erased, but science and the relentless pursuit of truth ensured that, in the end, Lisa Roberts got her name back.
Good. Ugh.
November 1987, somewhere in the Pacific Northwest.
Yep, this stuff, all of this
Very
stuff is
across
where we
the
get
dark
modern
waters.
slasher films
Skycatlive.
from. If you guys ever wonder like where we got Halloween and all that from, it's from Dahmer and like Gacy and all them, and they all were active in the 70s, and like, you know, American Horror Story did a whole season about them with Hotel, and like there's all this whole stuff about them, like there's, you know, like all this serial killer stuff about them, and they were all active in like Washington, California, and Colorado. Like one of those three. They were like all active out here, like California, California, Oregon, Washington, and Colorado. They were all in those 4 states, and it's fucking weird. And so I, like, ever since I was a kid, as a motorist, you know not to trust anybody out there. You don't put cigarettes out your window because that might start a fire. You don't fuck with people on the road. You don't tell them where you're going. You don't tell them what you're doing. If they ask weird questions, you don't respond. You know, if you're out there, you bring somebody with you. I mean, because it's weird. Like these places, they're not scary. They're just far from any cop. So any ne'er-do-well. You know, it's like open season. You know, it's like open season pretty much. Like if it, you know, on some of these corridors, all there is truck stops, gas stations, and the highway. That's it. So any outlaw like Dahmer or the Green River Killer, they'll just roam the fucking highway, slaying hitchhikers and shit like this. It's fucking fucked up.
Lined with travelers staring out.
Well, he killed the ice elemental.
Jay Cook
Nice.
and Tanya Van